Hello. One moment. As I try to understand how to do certain things. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's interesting. Apparently you're able to drag somebody's name until you delete it. You can actually just do that. That's interesting. But that's not what I want. I wish to report this person. But hello, Filler. Hello, Leafeon. I hope you're both doing good. I think I'll probably play a game today. I was gonna, I'm wearing the same shirt I wore yesterday, but I'm not the same shirt I wore the day before. They're different shirts. They're just exactly, they look the same. Which is weird because it's a weird pattern. But I am wearing the same shirt as yesterday because I wanted to do laundry yesterday. But my mother left her laundry inside of the washing machine. And she's not home. How dare her. Where's my chat? Can't see chat. Where is chat? There it is. But it says you want to work on stuff. I do. I am going to be working on stuff. Yeah, that is a bot. And I'm trying to think. I see that you're banned permanently. I'm trying to see how to report the bot. Oh, I guess this works. Because, it seems like they changed some settings around. I was just looking how to report it. There you go. Okay. This one specifically advertised AI bots, so it's been a while since one got through the mod. Yeah. Well, if that one is an AI based bot, that's why I wanted to report it. Cause they might have noticed that it failed and then they tried again. I would argue that. Especially because I'm one of the people that think that we bundle too many things under the word AI, though. Like the word, like generative AI, large language models, NEB behavior, chatbot behavior. I think we put too many AIs under everything. Even deepfakes are not AI. Deepfakes have always been a thing. Those are filters. It's just strange to me. Alright, so, today I'm going to be probably doing a slightly shorter stream than usual. Because I would like to continue doing what I was doing yesterday in Blueprint. But what my goal is, I would like to, under Blueprint, I would like to... Because I want to make a very basic game, just to make sure I understand the interface. But using Blueprint, I wanted to go onto my Bazzai operating system to see if I could make it less stressed out when I'm streaming. Which would change my layout a bit, which means that I would have to make it so it dual streams to YouTube as well, which would be kind of difficult. It's complicated. Make Tetris, it'll earn you millions? Yes. Actually, I did have an idea recently, but it would be HTML code. So I had a realization that HTML is like the code that is universal. You can open HTML on your computer, on your cell phone, on PlayStations. HTML always works. And I was thinking about how Discord is actually just Chromium, which is just, it's basically Chrome, the internet browser, but it's specialized. And I was thinking about, what if I made a bundle of idle games that are just addictive to play, like Snake and Tetris and Pac-Man, similar to those concepts, and I put them inside of a Chromium style package, they can be carried around anywhere you go. Hey, thank you for the subscription, 35 months. I appreciate that. But that could be something fun. I don't know if I would sell it though. I feel like that would be just weird. Gordon Peterson. That seems like a Half-Life alternative name. I'm getting a lot of anti-grifter content lately. I don't know if it's because YouTube's waking up, or if it's become profitable to criticize people like that. Honestly, we need an indie version of Sims 2000 series. Like, indie games getting pretty expensive these days. I agree. No, I do agree. I would like to do that. That is kind of my ambition. To do, like, quick, not trash, simple concept games that are just fun to play. Can you be an anti-grifter? I mean, what am I? We need more of a budget titles for £3 that aren't another copy of Vampire Survivors. That's funny. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. I do. So I'm just familiarizing myself with the interface. I'm identifying things like what I'm gonna try doing tonight. I'm gonna try pressing a button that changes my mode from third person to first person combat, kind of like what Metal Gear Solid does. Oh my god, BitLocker has a backdoor. I'm currently browsing my suggested feed on YouTube. Not that I really want to stick with just YouTube today, or whenever I'm doing work days. I just got really annoyed with how how annoyed I got with my computer acting stressed out. It was making really loud fan noises, and it's just a little warm today, so I don't want to do that. Maybe I should play a simple series game. That would be fun. Okay, I like how everyone's like trying to say that Trump's assassinations are fake. It's weird. I don't know why everyone's doing that. Ugh. I should get my headphones on. Where are my headphones? Oh, there. My brother also is finally coming around and showing me a little bit more openness to the idea of me helping him out in his videos. He wants me to get credits in his next video. And I don't feel like I did enough. So I'm turning it down. If I was going to take credit for anything, I would like to actually have a significant impact on a video, not just, here's an audio sample of this person saying this thing. Oh, sorry. When is he going to make a video about British politics? Or are we already too horrific to make into monsters? He probably should do that. Should have done that. Should have did that before the election cycle. I think he does. I think a long time ago, though, he did decide he wanted to focus on the United States. I mean, look at how long it's taken him to make his last video. When was his last video? I need to find out. I feel like it's over 7 months now. Seven months. It was exactly 7 months. I was right. Craziness. I know he makes shorts every so often, but I don't see shorts on my timeline. They don't even tell you when the shorts are uploaded. That's garbage, YouTube. Change your interface. Yeah, they are. They think that it's like the future. I think shorts are so gross. Including short people. How dare you exist? There's a 5-minute video that looks like it might be AI that I want to see. Hold on a second. I'm gonna hit pause once it lets me. There we go. One moment. I want to just see this because I have been like considering switching over to Linux, but there's apparently possibly an effort to disrupt the Linux availability in the United States, and I'm hoping that's not true. If you're under 5'5", don't talk to me. Go back to filming Lord of the Rings. Am I right? Exactly.
Home and auto, and you're protected 365, 724.
24/7, 365.
Tomato.
Okay, is this an ad or is this AI?
With Memorial Day deals.
Oh my god, Memorial Day.
Okay, well, I think this is a really
Oh good, it's not
potentially
AI.
very important update. So if you've got a few minutes, I think it might be worth listening to. It's about Colorado's age verification bill, SB 26051. Now, this bill basically
So this is a topic I would like my brother to make a video on. Just like on the side of net privacy and stuff like that. But you know, he doesn't actually care about computer related news at all, which is so weird to me.
to implement OS level age verification, all devices, in order to, well, supposedly protect children. Well, this triggered a backlash from lots of people, including, and probably especially, Linux developers, open source advocates, and industry groups, who pointed out that this might not work. And now the lawmakers in Colorado appear to have agreed, and they've rewritten parts of this legislation and released an amendment. And I think it is quite significant. Okay, so a quick recap.
Hello,
It's
Baron.
kind of strange story, really. Colorado proposed some legislation that would require operating systems and app stores to provide age category signals to applications and websites, sort of in brackets under 13 to 15, 16 to 18.
This is genuinely stupid.
That sort of thing. But developers quickly realized that the wording of this bill could potentially affect far more than just Apple, Google, or Microsoft. So Linux developers, open source advocates, people involved with code repositories,
finding
and
out what's
container
happening.
systems like Docker sort of pushed back and raised urgent technical and legal objections. And eventually the bill was amended, and we'll see how it was now. Now, the concern wasn't really about Linux itself, although it is
Yeah, this guy does. I think this is AI. That's
all
weird.
part of the story. The problem was that the original wording was broad enough to potentially capture just about the whole open source ecosystem. That's everything from Linux distributions to public code repositories like GitHub, container systems like Docker, and all these decentralized software projects maintained, run, and created by volunteers all across the world. And it immediately raised a practical question, I think, probably to the legislators.
This is actually something that's happened in the UK a little bit. I think that the United States is like the final boss here. But the UK already kind of requires you to like use your ID for accessing certain websites, I think. Filler, have you provided your face data to the internet yet as a way to verify that you're allowed to see stuff?
How exactly do you enforce?
Actually, as anybody who is not from the United States, if you're listening, would you like to answer that?
This OS level age verification on software that anybody in the world can potentially copy, modify, and redistribute. I mean, Apple and Google have
You don't use those sites
CEOs
anyway?
to
Yeah.
target. Open source projects
I was gonna say, like, I don't think it's worth it at all. Like, at all. It doesn't make sense to me.
don't have a single company, a CEO, or a central authority controlling them. So, this is the result. This is the amendment that Colorado lawmakers have introduced to include some exemptions. And it's all in this amendment text, but I think this is the important passage. Now, the wording closely mirrors how open...
An operating system provider or developer distributes an operating system application under the license and terms permit a recipient to copy, redistribute, and modify the software without restriction from the provider or developer, including any technical to contractual restrictions, installing all a modified version.
And source software is distributed, really. Copy, redistribute, and modify seems to be the key here. Now, the amendment also includes free public available...
You also have a credit card on Steam, so I could be seen as an adult. I could see adult-rated games. Well, I do think, though, like, having a bank account should be enough. Although that is also very classist of me to say that. I think that, like, literally, there shouldn't be these restrictions. Parents should just be aware that they shouldn't just let their kids have unrestricted access, be their guide. But, like, kids will be kids. They literally will do what they want, and they're like little humans, you know? Which sites need those fake recognition things? I think Pornhub is one. Discord might be another one, but I actually don't know because I don't experience it. You get bank account from 13 here, so that wouldn't work for restriction. The restrictions are dumb. The restrictions are very dumb.
Repositories, containerized software distribution. So this isn't discussion or from online or speculation anymore. Open source concerns seem to have directly influenced the wording of the legislation itself. So these are all, I put all the links in the description below if you want to have a look at yourself.
I might want to.
So who have we got to thank for this? Well, it seems to be System 76 CEO Carl Ritchell worked pretty directly with the lawmakers, but I think there were lots of people involved from the open source community, and they helped
I wish this guy was reading his actual slideshow. I don't know. I wonder if he had this generated by an AI, just a way to have him talk over it. Because it is security theater.
The potential consequences.
Dangerous security theater.
The original wording. So there were Linux Foundation representatives who also criticized OS level age verification systems in generally. And
it's like when you go to the airport and they confiscate a toy gun from you. And it's very clearly a toy gun, but it gets confiscated anyways. It's like, that's not actual security if you're just going to compensate a toy gun. A gun that you know is fake. You're going to compensate it and act like it's a real gun. Like, I think that it's been too normalized to this point, but it's a silly behavior. Parents say the internet is ruining child's life, being the same ones who let them surf the internet freely. Yeah, it's just like, just give them, like, they don't even need that much monitoring. Just give them enough monitoring that they feel like they need to be responsible around you. Yeah, just to have an iPad, kid.
The argument was basically open source is fundamentally different. Software can be forked, projects are decentralized, developers are global, and there usually isn't often a single organization.
Looks like Colorado's getting to a better concept. What? Please stop calling it age verification and call it what it is: government computer control. Yeah, that just doesn't roll off the tongue. Sorry, bud.
Controlling distribution.
TSA agents are the way to brutalize a small child because the child had a bottle of shampoo. Yeah.
So this is a bigger issue beyond Colorado. Colorado isn't the only place looking at these OS level verifications. And it's going to be the same problem wherever. The laws are still spreading, so it's not over. It exposes and perhaps brings into
There's an interesting I think it's for most Linux distributions. You can literally submit to have a certification of your age on Linux, but the certification is redirects to a website that says, I'm not going to give you my age, but you got the code that says that I gave you the certificate anyways, or something like that. It's pretty nice. Anti-Wa? What? Oh, anti-world? What? It's gonna. Well, see, everyone lives in America. I think that's something we need to remember. Coca-Cola sometimes war. If this impacts a major place like the United States, it already is infecting the UK. If this impacts those areas, other areas are going to try to play, oh, we're going to impress you. We're going to do what you want. And furthermore, I think that's another kind of concern with the world order being kind of destabilized a little bit. With the United States kind of losing favorability. I'm hoping that we don't lose our ability to, like, talk about China. Oh, okay. I know that slang word. Yeah, that video, I think I'm done with that video. This guy's okay. I think he just it was weird.
Granger knows
I just put this up just because I kind of want to give an example of what's going on.
That's why you can rely on Granger for a range of cleaning products and equipment, from disinfectants to
keep going. Come on.
Granger for the ones
Come on.
New York has its own version of the UK's draconian Online Safety Act.
I've been watching this guy a little bit more and more, and I've been appreciating him.
Been pushing companies to require ID verification and face scans in order to use their services, except in New York, the version of the law that's being considered right now would also restrict in-game chat.
We can do whatever. I'm open to whatever you guys want to do, I will do.
And voice chat by default without providing some form of ID or potentially a face scan. This would theoretically even restrict sending whispers in something like an MMO to another player if you haven't verified your identity, and we only need to get 1 or 2 generations deep into this before the youth of the future think you're the weird one if you don't upload your ID to use the internet, because they're going to grow up with this stuff and it's going to become normal, and that is terrifying.
Yeah, I from the fact that you guys don't know my real name at all, I think you should be aware that I value no one knowing who I am.
So somehow all the governments in the world have suddenly and instantaneously decided that being able to communicate with each other without
Is his name Jeremy?
You are and uploading it to a private company somewhere, that's a problem.
I feel like, I swear, the name Jeremy's been popping up all this week.
Because I guess they don't want you talking to each other or something. This
mine is Jeremy. I have been here. Yeah, I am a Jeremy.
In the form of New York's Children's Online Safety Act. You know the bill isn't well thought out when they're stealing the name from across the pond and when they don't know how to use apostrophes. But that's okay, because the bill is also known as the Stop Online Predators Act. It's a choose-your-own-adventure where you get to choose the most effective propagandized title to get the most people to willingly give up their privacy and protections. And
I wonder how many people actually like words like patriot. Like, how many people are like, I'm going to vote for this because I'm a patriot too? Like, are they that stupid? It's still
data, including children or young adults, ironically, potentially giving up information that could jeopardize them in the future, and ideally when they're too young to realize the risks of doing things like face scans or uploading IDs to the internet. The bill says it's aimed at, quote, social media platforms, end quote, but it specifically calls out individual games like Fortnite and Roblox. This, of course, follows the fucked up identity verification measures conducted by PlayStation and Discord, which, like
They
this
are-
bill,
they are
were
indeed.
spurred on by the UK's Online Safety Act and are expanding. And we have a separate video about uploading your face to play on your PlayStation if you want to watch that. As always,
Is that actually a
marketing
thing they're going to be doing? That's stupid.
bills is done in a way.
I definitely am all for like uploading a Sims face instead of your own face.
that is difficult to attack into because they'll market them and title them to be about protecting children, but actually they often threaten the freedoms of everybody, including the children, especially as they go from being a child to being qualified as an adult, where they'll have to upload their ID to things. And that makes it difficult to attack in, but let's cover what it is. We brought you this video with our brand new wireframe V2 mouse mat
Oh my
on
God,
store.gamersnexus.net.
a mouse pad, guys.
Also accompanied by our new Micro Slop t-shirt that's on its way to our warehouse right now. These feature a parody Micro Slop logo
parody.
with a blue screen of death frowny face,
Puberty was
warning marks
reversing
from Event
itself.
Viewer, and our rendition of Tux the Penguin hidden away, and of course, Micro Slop. So everyone you pass either thinks you work there for now, or they know your thoughts on AI. The wireframe V2 mouse mat on the GN store was made by Andrew on the team in Blender, fully 3D modeled, and then represented in a high-quality mouse mat that you see here. The mat can easily accommodate a keyboard and mouse, has fine detail with the city built of wireframe components for the heatsink, RAM, because let's be honest, it's the only place any of us can get any now, and cooling tubes, and we use a matching blue stitching for anti-fray with a blue rubber underside for some unique GN flair. We modeled these to ridiculous levels of depth in that there are things in the model that you can't even see in the product because we went that deep with it. Like, for example, the springs underneath the switch, underneath the keycap that's represented in the matte surface. Head to store.gamersnexus.net
They should just sell the
to
STL
support
file.
our deep dive, independent research content like this directly. We'll start with the bill, which isn't a law yet.
I like
Its own
I like
summary. The bill
I
says
like
it
mouse pads.
requires, quote, operators of covered platforms to conduct age verification to determine whether a user is a covered minor. Requires operators of platforms to utilize certain default privacy settings for covered minors, and to require parental approval of certain activity related to a covered minor's covered platform account, end quote. As we stated in our PlayStation video, the words age verification, they're kind of a misnomer. We think identity verification
I
is
like
more
mouse
appropriate for
pads.
that because it allows
Well,
authorities and
I will say my aim got better when I started using a mouse pad.
private companies to feasibly track what you do on the internet and pin your ID and your face to your computer. A lot of people don't realize your computer setup. I've
sorry.
got 3 monitors here that are 3 weird sizes. And that is effectively an ID for you on the internet. Websites can see that configuration. Tie that now to an actual ID. You've got some pretty valuable stuff. Of course, the government spins this all differently, stating that the purpose of the bill is, quote, to prevent the explosive growth of child.
Yeah, look at this. This is written like a scan. Isn't it? Like, what are these weird typos going on in here? Like, this shows these guys are just genuinely unserious, stupid people.
Predators on certain digital platforms by defaulting to certain privacy and security settings for child users, end quote.
Yeah, like, how do you mess that up? There are other typos in this that this guy will point out. This is genuinely, like, mind-boggling.
No, they're sincere because they capitalized the S in explosive randomly, just like they randomly dropped the apostrophe in the act's name. The bill says that, quote, all social media platforms under NY COSA would be required to turn off open chat functions, which allow adults to instantly and privately communicate with child users, whether or not...
You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of, like, net neutrality, finding the people that were trying to kill net neutrality or whatever. Like, they were sneaking in through the... Like, now they're sneaking through the back door is what I'm saying.
such child
I
or
might
have
look
been
into this, hold
previously
on.
connected. Unconnected users would also be barred from viewing the profile of a child user, tagging them in a post, or sending them digital currency, end quote. The bill says that it, quote, requires them to turn off open chat functions by default for any user under the age of 18, unless a parent switches it back on. Adult users can only message child users if their friend request has been previously accepted, which, for users under the age of 13, will require parental approval, end quote. Now, that's all well and good. That's fine. Like,
Hold
the
on, let me show you something real quick.
For 125
I don't care, Firestone.
I'm standing in front
I don't care,
of public
UNICEF.
schools, which are just turned into refuge for children and their family.
Go away. Look, do you remember this? I don't think anybody does except me, because it was 8 years ago.
Hi, I'm Ajit Pai. I'm the chairman of the FCC. Recently, there's been quite a bit of conversation about my plan to restore internet freedom. Here are just a few of the things you'll still be able to do on the internet after these Obama-era regulations are repealed. You can still gram your food. Quality. Are you selfieing or just... You can still post
Guy's such a dork.
photos of cute animals, like puppies. You can still shop for all your Christmas presents online. Yes, got that bulk deal on fidget spinners. Yes, those Eclipse glasses are so cheap. You can still binge watch your favorite shows.
This is so bad.
You can still stay part of your favorite fan community.
I think right now they are doing their best to not do this again. One of the things that I would like my brother to do in a video is literally just, let's parody this video, but with the Protecting Children Act.
You can still drive memes right into the ground.
Oh my god. And how many years? This was like 12 years ago that this was relevant. Fun fact, I was never in any circles where this was trending. Oh my god. 12,000 people liked it. You forgot the buffering sign? That's cute. YouTube Rewind sure looks great this year. Wait, there's one more thing you can do. Pay. Yeah, imagine. Yeah, this was made by old people for old people. I'm gonna make sure I send this to my brother real quick. Hold on a second. Speaking of Star Wars, have you guys played Knights of the Old Republic? Yes, I have. It is a good game. I liked it. The PC version is kind of weird. Stop. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Go away.
Aiming it that way, that's not the problem that we think most people should have with this. The problem is the how we get there. Because, one, it's kind of technologically inept. You can bypass this stuff. But two, this is requiring everybody else on the internet to upload an ID to use communication.
But you remember
services.
the plot twist, right? I ruined the plot twist for myself because I named my character Raven, which is really funny to me.
That's a scary future. And we're partway there already. But yeah,
there is indeed a second.
These bills, they get the one thing right, which is, yeah, it's important to protect the children. Although, seemingly, just as an aside, for some reason, we're not starting with the politicians and the government who pose a risk to them. But it's maybe a topic for a different Epstein a different time.
This is funny. He definitely tries to avoid talking about politics, but he does a couple of times slide in that he's like, Epstein, anyone? It was a good twist. That is funny.
The problem with this law, as with the others, is how they're going to verify the adults and verify the children, and how it poses a risk for all of those people. If enacted, the act would allow the New York Attorney General to pursue penalties of up to $5,000 per violation against covered platforms that fail to comply. This can amount...
It's called Knights of the Old Republic 2. I hope that helps. The MMO was called Old Republic, yeah. Oh, you know what I found recently? I found this website. It has an archive of like a ton of Japanese sketch comedy sitcoms and game shows. I'm like blown away by it. I'm not gonna make you guys watch any of these. I just wanted to voice that I found it and show you a website that doesn't look like every other website out there. Because that is something that bothers me, is that most websites these days kind of look the same. Like even Discord looks like Twitter. Has Darth Nihilus in it. Now you want to play that. Go play it. Good luck playing it. I'm pretty sure that it's one of those games. Oh, hey. Hold on. I want to see. I know it's a random day, so I want to see what Markiplier's talking about.
My face, big and smiling, except actually I'm not smiling. I'm really pissed off because this whole process is taking so much time and I just want to take my hand. I'm an impatient guy sometimes, and I want to do things very quickly. I want to do a lot of things myself. I want to learn a lot about the process because I really like the process, and I like the idea of helping other people with the process if that's part of their creative journey.
Yeah, the console version is the best way to play. They have the Nintendo Switch version. You can feel free. I might watch this first because I would like to have information on this.
In doing this, I have to check my own impatience versus the reality that I'm facing. But there are times when my impatience and reality are not gelling, and I'll get to that in a second. That's. Where are we? Many of you are probably wondering about the question that this video is titled, which is where the hell is Iron Lung? And I know that it is approaching 4 months since the release. And if you know anything about how movies get released and then they go up on digital for purchase or rent later, that's not usually how long it goes. Right now, I am in France. I am in the Cannes Film Festival. I am there for 1 day. I left in the morning.
Is it called Cannes?
And I arrived the day of the event that I'm supposed to be on a panel of, with which YouTube invited me to, and also MK2, who helped with the European distribution of Iron Lung. And I am there to talk about my experiences with the movie and also give you a release date for when the movie is going to be available for digital purchase and rent. And that date is at the end of the month. Well, that doesn't sound certain, does it? Well, according to the call that I had with YouTube a little bit ago, today, I had to put a pause to that video because I recorded that before I left for where I am right now, which is at the Cannes Film Festival. The Cannes Film.
There we go. I thought so.
The Cannes.
Thank you. You did pronounce it wrong. I respect his humility.
It's the Blue Lagoon situation all over again. I don't know how to pronounce it, and I am too embarrassed to ask anyone how it is pronounced. And then I looked up on YouTube, and the YouTube pronunciation videos are completely unhelpful because it's like getting recipes.
Just call it Canes.
You need a 5-minute life story before they tell you how to pronounce Con. Who's got a leaf blower at Cons? I had to stop that video because there was a lot of me being frustrated at the process, me trying to explain what an aggregator even was, which you don't care about, and which I probably already talked about, and justifying why it's taken so long when
He's definitely trying to be a little bit quieter.
Don't feel like any of that matters right now. And that maybe is a sleep deprivation, because I've only gotten 2 hours in about the last 48. But I'm here and people are asking me questions. So many people have been very...
I think that you can find it on the Switch. I could be crazy.
Congratulatory about it releasing and it going out there. And so many people ask me, yeah, how'd you do it? You know, what did you do? What's the recipe? What's the secret? How do you do it? And they wouldn't believe me if I told them.
Oh. It's going to be on YouTube Movies. That's going to be weird. I wonder if I have to pay for it.
They wouldn't believe me that I didn't really have a plan to make this happen. That I just asked you guys and you did it. I don't know if it's the tiredness, but it reminds me of...
I would literally pay YouTube Movies just to get access to the video so I can hoard it.
That I knew Iron Lung was done. I don't think I ever talked about this. It was pretty close to the release date, January 30th. It was like a week before, or maybe 2 weeks before, and I dropped off Lixian at his hotel because he was in town helping out finish the movie.
Isn't his whole spiel that he is emotional? He's not exactly me. He's like not known for being unemotional.
Sam was too.
Like that's kind of the nature of rage videos, right?
And I was driving home and I felt it. I felt this like bubbling cauldron of emotion just right up to my neck, just threatening to bubble out. And I was driving home and I had a 20-minute drive, right? So
then you died.
I'm forcing it down. I'm not going to do that. Just forcing it down. I have to stay on the road, you know. I can't see through the tears if I start crying. And some part of me knows that it's done, that the 3 years of labor is done, and it's time to let go. I don't know what part of the brain that is or what part of the body that is, but you can feel it in your teeth, right? You feel this weight start to slip off, and it's going to be slightly traumatic when it does, but it needs to happen. So I get home, and then I walk in, and I go to Amy, and I say, I think it's done. And she goes, really? And I go, yeah. And then I just break down.
This video is recommended to you.
For 30 minutes straight, I cried.
I mean, it's a new video. When did it come out? I don't know how recently it came out, but I'm one of the first 100,000 people to see it, so.
Just curled up in a ball and cried. Not out of sadness.
I should hit the like button.
This isn't a sadness thing. It's just this immense pressure falling off, and it takes so long for it to fall off. It's like a dump truck that's got like an entire bed of gravel to get out, and it's got to trickle out. And I just sat there on my couch and I cried for 30 minutes because that's how much it built up. And I know I know some of you are a champion of curling up in a ball at home and crying. I know that pales in comparison to the marathon sessions that some of you have been able to endure. But this doesn't usually happen for me. I don't think until then I realized just how much I had pushed myself to make this movie, among all the other things that I was pushing myself about.
And fun fact, that's because of Ethan Klein. It's wild to me when I think about that.
Everything. And I think it might have been worth it. I think it might have just been worth it. Because I'm here. With the leaf blower. And I'm at cons. And I've been invited in to talk. And people really want to know my thoughts and ideas about the future as if I am an authority on it. And I'm not. But that's okay. I'm good at bullshitting.
It is interesting.
So
I think that a lot... I
looked at it and I was like, what
one of the things that unfortunately Markiplier is going through is that he is going to be perceived as the pull yourself up by your bootstraps story. He's going to be seen as reaching a level of success that like capitalism promises you, and he is a success story, and he's going to be used as a success story forever, and he's probably not realized it yet how bad this might be.
I have to complain about. I'm sorry, it's later than I thought it'd be, but it's coming out May 30th first, in as many international territories as I can make work, because I was putting in what's called the avail sheet into the system, which is just a big spreadsheet, giving information and identification for the project metadata, right? And I submit it, and I upload it.
I wish I had this kind of ambition.
And it's broken. The whole account that they made for me is broken. It doesn't work at all. And I realized that we're all just figuring it out. Oh my god. We're all just figuring it out. Because they told me that those systems were made like 13 years ago, and almost all the studios that were ever brought into the system were all brought in at that time, and that they don't really do it anymore, which means that they have to dust off the manual and dust everywhere. God. But it's going to happen. It's going to happen, then I will be an aggregator for whatever good that means. But it does mean that I can help other people get their projects on to a platform, YouTube Movies. If you didn't know, it's releasing exclusively on YouTube Movies because I figured you guys are already here anyway. It made the most sense. They were the people that would talk to me. It does indeed
make a lot of sense.
Because I don't know how many other
physical releases might be interesting, though.
Companies would have, or even give me a chance of doing something like this. And I don't know if it'll make much of a difference, but hey, at least I'll be in a position that I could do something about something. And that's a position that I wouldn't have been in if it wasn't for you guys. So I am really grateful. I'm really excited to just focus on YouTube for a bit. I'm really excited about that. That's something that I've been wanting for a long time. And I've got a lot of other exciting opportunities that I got to keep in mind are very fortunate to even have a chance at doing them. And that's what matters.
Hopefully he can make it. He could make another movie in the future because you could feel that Iron Lung had a lot of passion behind it. Hollywood nowadays just wants to have a Rock and everything and make him unbeatable. Yeah. Well, that's not Hollywood's fault. That's also the contract that The Rock brought in. Also, you're lucky I knew what The Rock was in that circumstance. Because he's been not going by that for a while. He should make a Bubsy movie. He should do what he wants. That's what I think. He should do whatever he wants without expectations.
So in summary, keep this succinct towards the end, unlike what I always do. May 31st is when it's going to release. Not 100% sure how many countries, but it'll be really quickly after that when the rest of them go up, if it's not a whole bunch in the beginning.
Yeah, I decided to watch Markiplier a little bit.
YouTube Movies. Thank you, Fede, Santiago, and Neil, CEO Neil.
Hey, look at that.
We got a picture together at some point. But Fede and Santiago have been instrumental. You don't know who they are, but they're good people. I am unbelievably tired. I am so sleep deprived. I am going to go lay down and I am going to fall asleep.
Take a melatonin, bud.
Hopefully we'll wake up.
You might have a nightmare, but it's worth it.
My flight back home, which is I have to leave this hotel in 12 hours. So that's just.
I have no expectations with that one.
As always.
Cool. I'm excited for the movie. Hopefully, it'll come out soon. By the way, did you guys see the nuclear explosion that happened in Israel? I kind of want to look into that. It happened last night, and I was like keeping tabs on it. Israel kept saying it was a controlled explosion, but like you don't do controlled explosions in the middle of the night. Yeah. You think it was a normal explosion? Hey, it looked. You know what? I think that's fair. The blurry video of the guy zooming in and freaking out over it, it did, like, they're like, it looks like a mushroom cloud. I'm like, it doesn't really. It's a big explosion for sure. Midas Touch right now is claiming that it is, hold on, let me just move this over here. Midas Touch is claiming... Did I do that? No, I did not. What the heck? Why would that happen like that? Hold on, sorry. There we go. I don't like Midas Touch, for the record. Do not like Midas Touch. They're very... They feel brain rot, like, for the left. But apparently it's nuclear plants that were hit. Yeah, you also see it. Good. Wonder if we can summon Chris if we watch a mixtape review. Probably. What if it's his review? I'm just gonna see how this guy intros his video. We're not watching it. all the way at all. Because I can't stress enough, Midas Touch, like, he rambles like Trump does in such an awful way. It's just like,
Donald.
it's like he's upset that Hillary Clinton lost years ago, and he hasn't moved on. This guy feels like he's genuinely brain broken from losing in 2015. I agree with you, LaFiller. I agree. By the way, a lot of people were mad at the reviewers giving Mixtape a 10. Yeah, and I don't care what they think. Like, have your own opinion. Be an independent person. Why are you crying about IGN notoriously giving a review that you disagree with? Like, people who complain about this are like acting like it's Gamergate all over again, and that it is like they're trying to distract from the Epstein files. Are they in the Epstein files? I genuinely don't know, and I don't care right now. It's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. Like, those people reading reviews, they have no ability to have their own opinion, therefore I don't care about theirs.
Donald Trump is panicking and is in full cover-up mode on Sunday as 2 nuclear sites in the Middle East have exploded in the past 24 hours. In Abu Dhabi, in the United Arab Emirates, a nuclear facility was hit by a drone, and there is currently a fire there. Fire and rescue services are in Abu Dhabi responding this morning to a drone strike that resulted in a fire inside an electrical generator outside the inner perimeter of the Baraka nuclear power plant in Al Dhafra region of the UAE. Authorities right now are reporting no...
This is their normal Midas Touch guy? This is who I've been seeing on there.
...injuries, but we have the official statement right here from the UAE Defense Ministry. They say there were 3 drones.
Yeah, just play... Yeah, my suggestion is just play the games you want to play. Personally, the game Mixtape doesn't really appeal to me. Like, there's like... It's like... I don't know if you saw how I played Heavy Rain, but I was making fun of it a lot.
Were in the direction of this facility that
it
they
might
were able to...
I mean, they probably have a team.
...strike down 2 of the drones, but one of the drones hit this nuclear facility. That nuclear facility is on fire. Then we turn to Israel. Yesterday, we saw a massive mushroom cloud.
Okay. I think that characterization, just like you, Filler, is a little bit of an exaggeration. Yeah, exactly. Like I like, there's some games that I'm okay with, like minimal gameplay wise, but like Metal Gear Solid, I like a 45-minute cutscene in a video game. Like, what am I to say?
After this explosion that was reported near the Stat Mika Air Base in...
Did he say Israel weird? Let me hear it. I think I heard him say Israel.
There were 3 to strike down. Nuclear facility is on fire. Then we turn to Israel. Yesterday, we saw a massive mushroom cloud after this explosion that was reported near the Stat Mika Air Base in Beit Shemesh. Israel claimed that this was a contained detonation and that it was pre-planned. There's a lot of red flags there in that there were no prior notices if you were going to do a contained explosion at a nuclear facility that results in a mushroom cloud. I'll show you some B-roll of what this looks like. You would normally tell the...
Yeah, that doesn't look like a mushroom cloud to me, I will say.
Civilian population. And while Israel never announced this is their nuclear site, it is widely known that this is the area where they keep nuclear...
Mixtape lets you search the environment.
Weapons, but Israel's going with...
You know, I think, Baran, you would like Mixtape. I just realized that. You might like it.
Controlled explosion at a civilian factory. Okay, so while Donald Trump says,
"Oh, there's a mushroom cloud," is a lot wider.
Ceasefire going on, and we've moved on from epic fury, folks. In the past 24 hours, 2 nuclear sites in the Middle East are on fire. By the way, do you hear this being reported anywhere else? I mean, we can literally...
That's another thing. That's another thing that's kind of interesting. The fact that nobody else is reporting on it, this is very much information control on Israel's part, which is where they say, don't even tell them if they missed.
see the fires happening. So what is Donald Trump doing? Naturally, trying to start a war with another country, because this is what you do when you run a Ponzi scheme regime.
Okay, I'm done. Now I'm done. He's gonna just go into his normal talking points. This guy has no riz. Let me see real quick if Midas touch. I want to see other people. No riz. Yeah, see, he's this guy. That's the same guy still. Oh my god. There's a lady. There's he is. There he is. He's wearing the same shirt every day. Alright, whatever. Maybe me mistaking the mistake. Whatever it is, these guys are still too libbed up. I don't like them. I don't like them. These guys are not just clickbait, but they feel like liberal cope. But on the bright side, they haven't done any anti-Hassan content, so like I'm okay with them. The real horrible liberals are the ones that like decided that Hassan was more of an enemy than Epstein. Not every day do I hear him. Hey, I'm finna try to figure out myself, okay? Alright, so, I still think it's nonsense that the STS 2 is on mostly negative on Steam. Game is actually hard. From a person from Gamergate was mentioned in the credits. Oh, is that why? Gamergate era people are so stupid. If I deal with people with Gamergate era stuff, I like, in this right now, in this era, I'm just so sick of them, especially because it's an ideology developed by Epstein. Like, literally, you're just a pedophile. Yeah, Star Trek 2. Alright, what was the thing you said you wanted me to see? Messed up origins of Animal Farm. Let's see some propaganda. Fun fact for you guys before we begin. I just want you to be aware that a lot of people were like, did you know that Communist Russia killed more people during World War II than the Nazis did? Which is like trying to like ignore the Holocaust, but also is including Nazi kills because they were anti-Nazi. Oh my god, shut up. Oh yeah, cruises. Who here wants to go on a cruise? I'm not giving away cruises. I'm like, who likes cruises? Who in my chat likes cruises? I think they come across as extremely stupid. Like, what's the point of a cruise? Yeah, don't go down boat. Yeah, it's awful. Yeah, don't go on a cruise. It just doesn't seem fun.
The last time I was this disappointed was about 2 years ago when I tried to push out a fart and accidentally shit my pants. But as embarrassing as that was,
That's quite an intro to your video. As someone who just met you for the first time, this is a great way to meet you.
Learned from my mistake, and it hasn't happened since. The same
Wait.
cannot
What the heck is he doing? He's making a commentary on this movie. What is he doing with that intro?
be said for Hollywood trying to adapt goated pieces of classic literature to film. Once again, they've turned a simple and straightforward story into a loud and nauseating mess with George Orwell's Animal Farm, made worse by their decision to scrap the author's timeless message about the cyclical nature of revolutions and the inevitability of tyrants securing power by exploiting the weak and vulnerable in favor of a much simpler and hilariously hypocritical one, rich people bad.
You're a f***ing disappointment.
Since this recent nations and the inevitability of tyrants securing power by exploiting the weak and vulnerable in favor of a much simpler and hilariously hypocritical one, rich people bad.
You're a f***ing disappointment.
Since this recent
I think he read this wrong.
adaptation is...
Does it look AI? It looks ugly. That's what it looks like to me. You know, it'd be funny if this movie started off as a terrible remake of Animal Farm. It because it's way too goofy. Halfway through the movie, it just becomes incredibly dark and violent. Yeah, I would have liked that. Seth Rogen is in this.
basically unrecognizable from the master.
Well, no. So hold on, Baron. I don't think you know what I'm talking about. Hold on. Let me do this real quick. What is his name? Saber Spark. Cat is licking my fingers. Stop doing that. Lay down. All right. Let me give you a demonstration real quick. First of all, I stopped watching this video because I was disappointed in it. We're gonna jump back. We're gonna watch. Why is it weird that he introed like that? Watch how this guy intros this video.
I'm about to fart right now. Who was this for?
Okay. Is that weird? That the guy basically, by making his intro, has said, I think the movie is funny, but I have a problem with them saying rich people bad. Do you understand why that's weird? Let's play this joke again. Let's play it as loud as we can, huh? It is as loud as it can, unfortunately.
I'm about to fart right now. Who was this for?
That is super weird.
It was based on, I figured some folks out there might want to know what Animal Farm is really about. What lesson Orwell actually wanted people to walk away from his story.
Well, no, that's not necessarily what I'm complaining about. I honestly, okay, we're at exactly 1 minute. Listen to this.
The last time I was this disappointed was about 2 years ago when I tried to push out a fart and accidentally shit my pants.
That's how he decided to intro his video. And then he complains about the message.
People bad.
Rich people bad. This video is giving me red flags. I'm just emphasizing these red flags right now. I mean, most people like fart jokes from my understanding.
Actually wanted people to walk away from his story having learned, along with the horrific events that he lived and fought through to write it. Because for the six of you who like me...
You don't see the comparison with this? What I'm trying to make? I think that Saber Spark's intro was saying, this is a disgusting joke in your movie that has a intellectual property to it, is being dumbed down with a flatulence joke. And then this guy says a fart joke, and then he says that the movie's message is rich people bad. Like that, there's something going on here. I would like to see the whole movie.
Me weren't assigned Animal Farm in high school and were too distracted.
This guy didn't mention a fart joke? No, he didn't. No, he made one.
The last time I was this disappointed was about 2 years ago when I tried to push out a fart and accidentally shit my pants.
Which is his way of saying that he approves of the humor of the movie, but the part that he's upset with is that the fact that they say rich people bad. That's the part that upset him.
Was based on, I figured some folks out there might want to know what...
You don't think that's his point? Alright, maybe I'm reading into it. I might be reading into it. Let's find out.
Animal Farm is really about. What lesson Orwell actually wanted people to walk away from his story having learned, along with the horrific events that he lived and fought through to write it. Because for the 6 of you who, like me, weren't assigned Animal Farm in high school and were too distracted with PlayStation and teenage debauchery to check it out on your own, I'm going to give you a crash course on how this book came to be. You see, George Orwell, real name Eric Arthur Blair, actually wrote Animal Farm after fighting on the Republican side of the Spanish Civil War. Despite living in the UK at the time, he and his wife Eileen relocated to Spain to fight fascism and support a movement built on democracy, workers' rights, land reform, and breaking the power of the church and monarchy. Ideals that the opposing nationalist regime saw as a threat to their vision of a strict social hierarchy. But it's not as simple as democracy good, nationalism bad, because what Orwell did not expect was what happened within his own side. As the war went on, Soviet-aligned communist forces began repressing and purging other leftist groups, arresting, silencing, and even executing their former comrades. You see, the Republican side wasn't one unified movement. It was made up of smaller factions that were only really held together by a shared hatred of fascism. And the version of the future that Orwell was fighting for wasn't exactly copacetic with the one that Stalin and his supporters were trying to build. So in May of 1930,
I don't think anybody really anticipated what Stalin was trying to do.
The militia that Orwell was a part of, the Partido Obrero de
It's amazing he didn't get shot. He stands out like a sore thumb.
Unificación Marxista, or POUM, was suddenly outlawed. That same month, Orwell was still on the front lines fighting his original enemy, the Nationalists, when he was shot in the throat by a sniper. He barely survived, the bullet just missing his main artery, but nonetheless, he was declared unfit to serve. And while recovering in Barcelona,
You were a little disturbed by it? That's fine. I think you're supposed to be disturbed by it.
Learned they were being charged with high treason by the very side that he came to.
The guy in charge of Soviets before Stalin knew. That's why he said, make sure Stalin doesn't succeed me.
To fight for, and took a bullet for.
Oh, wait, yeah, that's right.
So they hightailed it out of the country.
Was that Lenin? I'm just making sure.
This experience, combined with his early years as an imperial police officer, where he was the one who had to enforce authoritarian policies, led Orwell to realize that it wasn't just nationalism that was the problem.
I wonder how many people would still have the Hitler mustache if it wasn't for Hitler. Yeah, it's all
human nature and our desire to seize power. On a long
He's
enough...
like, please, don't let him, please, just for the love of God. And then he does, and then Stalin entombs him to be preserved forever.
Timeline, every revolution, no matter what political ideals power it, will lead to the same result. Some selfish asshole is gonna show up and shamelessly exploit every loophole possible until they're the one on top and become just as oppressive as the thing they started out fighting, or at least pretended to fight. And when Orwell wrote Animal Farm as a critique of Stalinism and authoritarianism, Napoleon the Pig was the selfish
I would say it's authoritarianism very specifically.
Asshole whose takeover of Animal Farm is a near perfect metaphor.
Yeah, I'm glad he clarified Stalinism.
Or for Stalin's rise to power, as well as the authoritarians who came after him, which makes Orwell seem like kind of a fortune teller. If you haven't read this book yet and want to change the way that you see politics and power dynamics forever, then stick around while I unpack its major moments and the real-world tragedies they were meant to parallel.
Okay, I misunderstood the point of this movie now. Or this video.
First, I want to tell you about our sponsor, Squarespace. They have all the tools you need to set up a
You read The Catcher in the Rye? The Catcher in the Rye is funny to me. Because, like, the guy gets so upset over the F word being written on a bench. He's being such a crybaby. He's, like, so easily manipulated by the concept that a child might see the F word written on a bench. It's like, what is wrong with you? You read Mice and Men and had To Kill a Mockingbird in your school. I read a lot of books. I can only remember the ones that I read, which are definitely To Kill a Mockingbird, and The Crucible, and I did not read 1984, fun fact for you. I did read I already alluded to the Catcher in the Rye for sure.
Site in minutes, and you don't have to know anything about coding. Thanks to Design Intelligence, their AI can create your entire website for you after a few simple prompts about what your website is for and what kind of vibe you're after. Then you can use their one-of-a-kind Fluid engine to make any changes you like just by dragging and dropping. So if you want to see why Squarespace has been the dominant force in web design for 2 decades, start a free trial by going to squarespace.com/Jon Solo. Then
HTML isn't the worst thing to make your website.
And when you realize you love it, use code Jon Solo to get 10% off your first purchase.
Talking animals? Come on.
Grainger knows that as the procurement coordinator.
Grainger? This book is literally 1994 Animal Crossing George Foreman grill. Oops, I clicked the link. Used to read a lot of my father's books, one of them 1001 Nights. Interesting.
Now, for those who haven't read Animal Farm, you really should, because it's short enough that it'll only take you a couple of hours. And what you learn in that time will give you a whole new understanding of the world, because the tactics that the pigs use to manipulate the other animals are still used to this day, especially here in the United States. With that said, as easy of a read as Animal Farm is, every sentence matters and is building towards something. So I gotta be selective about what moments to unpack, because basically every rock that I look under leads to a gold mine. And as tempting as it is to explore
I don't like that he used the diamond meme and talked about a gold mine.
One, it would take forever, and I'd probably get lost or fall in a hole. And
I have that movie if you guys are ever interested in watching
but
it.
We're going to focus on key moments with the clearest connections to real-world events. Because
you know what's interesting, Weaslink, about Fahrenheit 451? I'm curious. What did your teacher or even you conclude the book is about? What is Fahrenheit 451 about? I'm going to tell you what the author says it's about, which is not what they teach you. Did the original Animal Farm animated movie change the ending? I think so, yeah. Like, nothing's really perfect. It's about getting rid of history, right? Nope. But you know what? I definitely agree with that analysis. The guy who wrote it said he wrote it because he was upset that people weren't reading anymore, and that he didn't like that TV and movies were becoming a thing. Weird, right? It was the metaphor was about burning books because books were useless compared to TV. Weird, right? Yeah, the ending was very bad, but the movie was way better adaptation than the new one, probably. Fahrenheit is about Celsius and is an objectively better measurement of temperature, probably.
Not everything has a one-to-one equivalent.
Get on with it. Yes!
Yes, he did the book version of Video Killed the Radio Star.
Get on with it!
When the story starts, we're introduced to the four-legged residents of Manor Farm, owned and operated by Mr. Jones, a lazy drunk who used to be a decent farmer until he lost a lawsuit and has resorted to drowning his sorrows in alcohol ever since. The first chapter focuses on Old Major, a 12-year-old boar who is highly respected by the other animals, and his speech about building a better world. After warning the animals about the painful lives and deaths that await them, he implores them to fight back against humans and create a society where all animals live in harmony, where they can harvest the fruits of their own labor and live out peaceful lives in retirement instead of giving everything they make to humans before being sold to the slaughterhouse. Old Major is basically a combination of Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin. Like Marx, he's the one who identifies the problem, that the working class is being exploited, and he lays out a vision for a fair, equal society where the workers take control. But he's also like Lenin, because he doesn't just theorize, he actually inspires revolution, and his speech convinces his peers to mobilize against their master, as you'll soon see. Also, just like both of them, he doesn't actually live to see how it all plays out. He dies before the new system is fully established, leaving behind a set of ideals that are supposed to guide the next generations. The problem is, once he's gone, his inspiring revolutionary doctrine is susceptible to corruption. Without him there to defend how his ideas are interpreted, they slowly start to change. While Old Major died peacefully...
One of Orwell's last words were, burn my books, dude. I'm sick of every single loser thinking that I agree with them. Yeah, that is another problem with it. I think, because like the book is banned in Russia, the book is banned in the United States, and they all say the same thing. We banned it in the United States because it's anti-American. We banned it in Russia because it's anti-communism. And it's like, I think it's just anti-authoritarianism.
In his sleep on the night that he gave that speech, the revolution didn't actually happen until 3 months later, when Mr. Jones and his hired help completely neglect to feed the animals one day. That night, when they break into the storage shed to help themselves to the food, he tries to scare them back into the barn. But for the first time ever, the animals aren't afraid. They're angry, and they proceed to chase Jones and his men off the property, claiming it for themselves. The exile of Jones, for sure.
When I was in high school, we talked about a book. I had one friend who always said, read religious books, they help you with life. We were so annoyed by him. You know what I would say? Oh my god, I would say, I doubt you've even read your own. Like, your excuse to go read something else is just an excuse for to read nothing at all. What an obnoxious person.
Represents the exile of Tsar Nicholas II and the disbandment of the old regime. He symbolizes the incompetence and neglect of the pre-revolutionary order. Like the Tsarist system, Jones's rule depended on habit, hierarchy, and exploitation until it collapsed under the weight of his failures. If you want to learn a little more about Tsar Nicholas II and the depressing fate that his family endured, check out my episode on the messed up origins of Anastasia. So after Jones is deposed, the animals take an audit of their new property and everything that comes with it, and then proceed to burn anything that reminds them of their old master and being tied to human control, like whips, harnesses, and clothing. And anything they don't destroy, like the farmhouse, is treated as a symbol of those old oppressive ways, with the animals all agreeing to never take up residence there. After that, they establish the 7 foundational tenets of their new political ideology.
Apparently they didn't want us to read the Quran. They wanted us to read a random book written by a random religious guy. Yeah, isn't it nice to not read the religious book directly that supports a religious book? It's weird. That is weird.
Animalism, based on the values and principles laid out by Old Major before he died. Things like not wearing clothes, no sleeping in beds, no drinking alcohol, no killing of other animals, and most importantly, all animals are equal. But, spoiler alert, every single one of these ends up violated and rewritten because the revolution is far from over.
For a legal hand to form your business, visit LegalZoom.
That was a really poorly made commercial. I feel like commercials suck these days. Like, actually, like, are awful. Read the religious book of Derekism.
Now, as excited as the animals were to finally manage their own farm, the unfortunate truth was not all of them were smart enough to. The vast majority couldn't read, write, or even think critically. Only the pigs had the intelligence to understand the textbooks they fished out of the garbage, so the rest of the animals trusted them to make the decisions, assuming they would decide what's best for everyone, not just the pigs. You can already see where this is going. While the pigs started out with everyone's interests in mind, they slowly started granting themselves exclusive privileges.
You know, this does seem like what's been going on with MAGA, which is interesting. Just like, it feels like it's just the MAGA MAGA is just a repeat of it. I don't know if you could do the same thing on the left. I feel like people on the left tend to be a little bit smarter. The first religious book was written by John Religion when he wanted to scam some people out of some gold. Fun fact, that is actually a conspiracy theory about Catholicism. That it was a scammer who was an atheist, who one night suddenly started believing in God and said, look, guys, God says that you need to give me money in order for you to repent. Pigs are generally pretty smart compared to most other farm animals. You know, I hear this. I've seen smart cows, too. Animals are just, in general, they're smarter than humans want to give them credit because it makes them feel less bad about eating them.
Other animals also wanted, but were then convinced they didn't need. For example, all the milk the cows made went to the pigs because they needed the nutrition to fuel their brains, something the other animals wouldn't understand. The pigs also didn't do any labor. They had to save their energy for organizing the workforces to ensure they had a successful harvest, which they did. Now, as you might expect, Jones wasn't going to abandon his farm without a fight. After a few months, he returns with a band of farmhands to take it back by force. The animals fight back harder than any of them expected, though, especially Snowball, one of the pigs who charged directly at Jones and took a spray of shotgun pellets for his efforts. The other standout pig was Napoleon, who wasn't much of a fighter, but
They can't eat almost anything. Me too, I guess. Do you mean can eat most of anything? Did you know goats will eat tin cans? I don't know the origins of Animal Farm, but has anybody played the Zombies map on Origins? We were talking about mixtape without you. How dare you?
Was quick to take credit for the strategy that secured the dub. After said dub was secured, that day became an annual holiday on Animal Farm, and every year, the shotgun that Jones left behind...
They'll eat basically except teeth, and sometimes they'll leave toes around, which is how you can get caught for the murder. Oh, I was just ranting about the culture war thing. I think it's stupid.
Was fired into the air to commemorate their victory.
Same thing you hear me complain about usually. That they all sound like they're just hiding the Epstein files.
Like many of the events in the book, Jones's attempt at a comeback doesn't represent a single moment in the Russian Revolution or the rise of Stalin's Soviet Union.
I wonder how many of these people died after this battle.
Symbolized the struggle to defend the revolution after it began, just condensed into a single barnyard brawl. And as
you can say it's the best way to get rid of body. I don't want to say what the best way to get rid of body is by my standards, because who knows? One, maybe I want to do it one day, and two, I don't want to admit that I've done something wrong.
To hear that revolution was in dire need of some defending.
That's 70 years later, true.
If you were selling sunglasses during the rise of the Soviet Union, you would have made a killing, because the future that its leaders promised was so bright that their supporters probably thought they needed shades. Leon Trotsky was one of the key leaders of the Soviet Union. You don't hear much about him in comparison to Stalin, but we'll get to why that is in just a minute.
I have so many jokes about Trotsky, but I'm going to avoid it for now. Just know that it involves things that I don't talk about on stream. Using pigs to get rid of a body was a plot used in a Criminal Minds episode, I believe it. It's too easy to typo mid-tape or autocorrect mistake as you type mixtape. It's scary. It's a conspiracy.
Told his comrades that industrialization held the key to a prosperous society. By building factories, power plants, and expanding the railways, they could create a future where life was easier, more efficient, and more equal, as long as everyone was willing to suffer a little in the meantime. Soviet propaganda was as good as it gets, while the people were tired, starving.
I'll just say I have rules about what I talk about on stream when it comes to certain things, certain topics, because I just think that it's better I'll just say that Trotsky reminds me of a very ugly, mediocre person who thinks themselves a comedian. And I just want to talk about that, but I'm not going to. If you know what I mean, that's good. Good for you. That's all I want to talk about.
And
I'm not going to confirm or deny anything further.
They were convinced by their officials and the media that they were making progress, that sacrificing their time, their food, and their health was all worth it to rebuild their country bigger and better than ever. Now it's at this...
I remember there was a rumor going around in my old Christian grade school. Was related to Hitler. I don't remember what that was. Oh, how true it was. What was the rumor?
This point that I want to remind you that while a lot of what happens in
that it was just simply related to Hitler, that your Christian grade school was. I see.
Animal Farm has parallels to Stalin, Soviet Union, Orwell.
Someone in your school was related to Hitler. I see. There's a lot of people that take credit for that kind of thing. And for all we know, they might have a white supremacist in their family that claims it too.
Only critiquing that system. He was pointing out a pattern. These same strategies were used across human history, before he wrote the book and after. With that said, Animal Farm's windmill situation is as close to a one-to-one recreation as it gets, because those promises for a better, easier tomorrow were also made by Trotsky's proxy, Snowball the Pig, who tried to convince the animals that
if there's only one known relation of Hitler still alive now, because most of his family vowed to not have any kids, that's interesting.
They endured intense labor for the next 2 years, they could build a windmill that would generate enough electricity.
That's a great consequence. Like you're so obsessed with genetics that's the result. They choose not to pass on your genetics.
To power
but his meme still continues.
That'll do their work for them. Napoleon is not impressed by these plans though, and he publicly critiques them at every opportunity. He says they have more immediate concerns, like
I don't judge art. I do not judge art. I understand why people judge art. I do not judge art. I think judging art is a slippery slope into fascism itself. Now he's universally made fun of for being a little baby and killing himself. Yeah, he saw what happened to his Italian friend, the Mussolini guy. Also, it's so dumb. Pig's face is so funny to you. It's definitely a face. He definitely had bad perspective. That's true. But like I don't know. I don't like judging art. I think that when you judge art, you very likely are going to be like defining what should be censored at that point.
Food production, similar to how Stalin was focused more on stabilizing the economy and securing political control. When it's time for the animals to vote on the issue, the vast majority end up being pro-windmill. But Napoleon has other plans. Because what I neglected to tell you was that earlier in the story, some puppies were born, and Napoleon took it upon himself to raise and educate, or should I say, indoctrinate them in the attic of the barn. And after seeing that his political rival had won the majority of the animals' support, he used those puppies, now full-grown bloodhounds, to take it back by force. A pack of four-legged fiends charged
I think that when I think about this kind of thing in the MAGA movement, I don't think they have any puppies. Just because something is bad doesn't mean it's going to be censored. No, it's complicated. I don't know how to explain it. If you go into the art and illustration section of my Discord, go all the way up, you'll see I think it's called Who's Afraid of Blue, Black, and Yellow. And that's the kind of censorship I'm concerned about. That's all. It's impossible to judge art, not to judge art. Everyone has an opinion on something. True, but like, it's very complicated how I feel on this one. Why'd they change? Hey, have you? Well, actually, how many of you have phenotypes? I was born with blonde hair and blue eyes. They changed because it's a phenotype. It's not my genotype.
Snowball with the same ferocity that he once charged at Jones. They nearly caught him too, but he fled through the fence to the neighboring property and just made it by the hair of his chinny chin chin. Fun fact, the cartoon actually takes his exile further by implying the dogs killed him. Now,
it's raining cold cash. Oh, paper cuts. It's okay. I still love you.
What is this commercial?
Now that Napoleon had the muscle he needed to intimidate any opposition, he dubs himself the de facto master.
My eyes like solidified by the time I was like 6, I think, and my hair stayed brown when I was or now it's like black, when I was like in like 4th grade.
And hero of Animal Farm. No longer was Snowball a first-class animal hero. He was a traitor, a spy who was in cahoots with Jones. The truth, or the new truth, was that Jones never shot at Snowball. Those wounds on his back were caused by Napoleon's teeth. It was also Napoleon who took out Jones, by the way. From this point onward, Snowball becomes the scapegoat, or scape pig, for anything that goes wrong on the farm.
Can I just say this guy's awful at puns?
If the crop spoiled, it was because Snowball poisoned them. If keys were missing, Snowball hid them. And anytime the animals found out that the pig
went from blue to gray. Yeah, yeah, my eyes are like a light brown, but they definitely were blue when I was younger.
Had violated one of the core animalism principles, it turned out that it was just propaganda, spread by Snowball's vast network of spies. But in truth, the only propaganda was spread by Napoleon and his walking, talking bidet, Squealer. Squealer was easily the most charismatic of the pigs and very persuasive. So anytime the animals start to question what's going on, he's there to rewrite history and their bylaws, to convince them that no matter how bad things got, this was always part of the...
You know, I was expecting he was going to talk more about the war in history and stuff like that. I didn't expect it to be a plot synopsis.
And that they're one day closer to the brighter tomorrow that Old Major dreamed about. He also insists that leadership is a burden, and that Napoleon would love to let them make their own choices, but what if they make the wrong ones and Jones comes back? Just like the Soviet propaganda machine, Squealer's real job isn't to tell the truth, but to shape it in a way that keeps the animals so scared and confused that they stop asking questions, yet also calm enough to follow orders. And anyone who doesn't follow orders is dealt with by the dogs. Now, Snowball's fate after campaigning so passionately for the windmill mirrors the fate of Leon Trotsky after his push for industrialization. It didn't all happen in one night, though. It took Stalin years of abusing his position as General Secretary of the Communist Party by appointing, promoting, and otherwise rewarding people who were loyal to him, and slowly turning them against Trotsky by painting him as a disloyal radical whose ideas were out of touch. Like Snowball, he became a scapegoat, reportedly the root cause of all of the nation's problems, and in 1929, he was exiled from the USSR and forced to relocate to Turkey. But the icing on the cake is that both Stalin and Napoleon completely backtrack on their anti-industrialization stances and push for it harder than anyone had before. Of course, they both frame it like they never opposed it at all and only fought against it because they didn't want a spy or a radical in charge of it. And this is the part where I gotta give you a heads up that tensions are about to escalate to the point of violence. If you're squeamish or sensitive to real human suffering, then you're probably not gonna want to hear what's next. Both dictators
Sorry,
also...
My brother had blonde hair as a kid, but he grew up, it got darker. Yeah. My brother has blonde hair still, but because he stays indoors all the time, he definitely has darker hair as a result, because a lot of it is a response to sunlight.
Lay out extensive plans.
Oh, my biological father wanted me to still be blonde. Like, he wanted me to keep my blonde hair when I was growing up, and once he realized that it was getting darker, he started pouring lemon juice in my hair to keep it, like, bleached. And, yeah. Do you hear that, Lynx? Better shiver in your timber. True, I will do my best. Trigger warning, Stalin is a bad, naughty boy.
For how they intend to bring industry to their up-and-coming countries. And while they were telling the truth when they said that these developments would take more blood, sweat, and tears than ever, the payoffs they promised never materialized. So after being deprived of rest, food, or any kind of compensation, both the animals on the farm and the Soviet Union's working class hit their breaking point, leading to multiple smaller rebellions. chickens. In the book, the hens refuse to give up their eggs, opting to break them instead of selling them to a neighboring farm like the pigs want. But the pigs respond by starving the hens, and after several die, the rest have no choice but to surrender. Something similar happened to the farmers who refused to give up their grain and livestock to the Soviets' collective.
Does lemon juice actually do that? I don't know. It could be a superstition thing he had. I will say, though, if you really want to hurt yourself, pour lime juice on yourself, and the way that the lime juice will respond to sunlight will cause blisters on your body. Don't put lime on your skin.
Farms. It's estimated that at least 20 million cattle and more than twice as many sheep were slaughtered by the very same farmers who owned them. And as you might imagine, the Soviets repaid this betrayal by starving, torturing, and executing the farmers responsible and their families. Not long after these protests, Napoleon and the pigs call a
It is crazy, I know. I'm just explaining that there is a painful consequence.
Which quickly...
Remember joke going around, pouring lime juice in your eyes will make your eyes green. Oh boy.
Turns into a public execution. 4 piglets stand accused of being in league with Snowball from the beginning. Then, to the shock and horror of everyone, they confess to their crimes, and Napoleon's dogs tear their throats out. What's crazy is the piglets weren't the only victims. After they were executed, a number of animals made disturbing confessions, like a goose who stole some corn and a sheep who peed in the drinking water. Both claimed they were manipulated by Snowball, but traitors were given no mercy, so they were executed as well. Here's the thing though, they might not actually have been traitors, because these executions were a direct reference to the Great Purge, a series of show trials orchestrated by Stalin to root out any rebels, spies, or saboteurs. It was also a very convenient way for him to get rid of any political opponents. He could just declare they were anti-communist and they'd either be locked up or killed. And while some of those accused actually admitted to committing anti-communist acts, they weren't always telling the truth. A lot of them were tortured into it.
They were all given WWF No Mercy. Or maybe it was the band game No Mercy.
Others were blackmailed with their families used as leverage, and some had just suffered so much that they weren't in their right mind anymore and didn't even know what was true. I think that last camp is the one that Animal Farm's residents fell into. In both cases, the point of these trials was to create the impression that the country was being cleansed of people whose values were a danger to the nation. But the reality was that it was just a means to secure more power through intimidation and self-policing. Because now that the public had seen that anyone could be a spy, they were even more on edge. And many thought that reporting their family, friends, and neighbors for suspicious activity could earn them points with those in power. The problem was, loyalty to the Communist Party was rarely, if ever, rewarded, so many of these informants would end up accused themselves, no matter what sacrifices they made or how staunchly they supported it in the past. Which brings us back to the book, and the most painful betrayal of them all, Boxer.
A hypoallergenic clean recommended by dermatologists. No irritating residues, no dyes, no perfumes.
I was just talking about laundry.
Boxer was a workhorse, and I haven't mentioned him yet, but Animal Farm was almost literally built on his shoulders. Every day he would get up before all the other animals to get a head start on work, and using his unmatched strength would move equipment, heavy stones for the windmill's construction, etc. He's a stand-in for the aforementioned laboring masses whose faith, sacrifice, and political innocence were exploited by those in power. His mottos, "I will work harder" and "Napoleon is always right," reflect the tragedy of the class that was forced to carry out the revolution while being denied any real power in it. It's worse than that though, because after sacrificing the best years of his life to the cause, blood vessels in his lungs ruptured and he was no longer able to work. And instead of letting their most loyal, hardest working resident enjoy his well-earned retirement, the pigs sell him to the slaughterhouse to be made into glue. and then used the money they made to buy a case of whiskey. Ugh, I feel like I need to take a shower after saying that. But now, I want to skip ahead a few years to when Napoleon's vision for Animal Farm finally comes to fruition, and has become the exact opposite of the future that Old Major described on the night of his death. While the animals were technically free from humans, they once again had a master that they were afraid of. His militia had killed most everyone who lived on the farm back then, and those who weren't killed either died working in the field or were sold off like Boxer. What's worse is that while the worker animals are all skin and bones, Napoleon and his pigs are fatter than ever. They also walk on two legs now and carry whips, making it clear for everyone to see who's really in charge. And the story ends with a truly haunting moment. The owners of the surrounding farms, who once upon a time were friends with Jones and opponents to Animal Farm, paid the pigs a visit. They cracked open some whiskey, cleared the air of the messy history between them, which might have included blowing up the windmill they spent a year toiling over, and clinked their glasses to a prosperous future. But while all
it's true. Pigs are very interesting creatures. They know how to walk on hind legs. They talk. They drink beer.
Was going on, something strange happened to the pigs. As they laughed and drank and bluffed their way through hands of poker with the humans, they began to resemble them. And as the farm animals watched the meeting from outside, they looked from pig to man and from man to pig. Only now, it was impossible to say which was which. If that didn't give you chills, then I blame my delivery, because when I read that line for the first time, it fucked me up a little bit. But that right there is the point that Orwell was trying to make. Not that one group is inherently evil, or that one ideology is doomed to fail, but that when power is left unchecked, unchallenged, and blindly trusted, it'll almost always find a way to corrupt the people who hold it. Because these animals weren't stupid or weak.
I'm not entirely sure if power corrupts. I want to say that I think that we create systems that the corrupted slip through the cracks to float to the top. I think that we need to fix that. I bet we could create a system where this doesn't happen.
They just trusted the wrong people, and by the time they realized how much worse things had gotten, they couldn't even remember what better was supposed to be like. And while the story's connections to the Soviet Union are as obvious as they are undeniable, Orwell's warning wasn't about one revolution or one regime. It was about how easily you can end up in a world where the people who promised to save you look
I mean, we might. We're not exactly floating to the top, are we? Putting us in power immediately might actually help. My only gripe with the old animated movie is that they messed up the ending. That's what a lot of people say.
Exactly like the ones you needed saving from in the first place.
I feel like that wasn't very good, because like it was more of a synopsis. I was expecting more origins, but it was synopsis mostly. Synopsis is like they just recount what happened, and they don't really provide analysis or like any like statements or theses, or even like a main point. Let's see. First order of business, burn every copy of The Lord of the Rings so that fantasy genre has to think another good good species. That tracks. Neo. Why is... Okay, whatever. Oh, you know what I just realized? I drank tea. I didn't drink an energy drink. Hello, cat. I mean, filler, you say that, but sci-fi genre has super creative to some of the other stuff. I don't know. I'm not gonna argue that one. Alright, hold on, let's see this. Did you guys see the... Oh, actually, this looks great. I want to see this, baby. I'm gonna get myself an energy drink.
With Dish and Starlink.
No! Shut up, Starlink. It's so on keyboard, yeah.
Greeting.
I'm acting more like myself after stream, which is very calm and collected and without any actual impulsive thoughts. I need energy drink to force that. We're gonna watch a little bit of this because this looks fun. Because I like that. I like making fun of Daily Wire. I feel like there's more variety in sci-fi. I think you're kind of correct. I think you're right. I still like the fantasy genre, but I actually think some of the things I like about it is that some of it is familiar. The new Lando Norris monster? What? Oh, no, I have not. I've been drinking mixed powder, which I'm gonna go get. Sci-fi, it's a time travel, dimensional stuff, space, aliens, technology, cell phones, etc. Yeah. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get that energy drink. Also, this cat is harassing me. Hold on, I'll be right back. It should not take me very long. I just gotta fill the drink, so I'm just gonna hit the play button. Be right back, one moment.
Greetings, my good bitches. The name's Francis, Coke Francis. I'm an editor, Twitch streamer, drag artist, and I'm here because I can finally put my film degree to some kind of use. For as much as I rip on Ben Shapiro and all the other film industry rejects over at the Daily Wire, there is a teeny tiny corner of my cold gay heart that does feel a degree of empathy for them. And that's because I've lived it myself. Even if you go to school for it, they really do not prepare you for the amount of rejection you face in the film industry, or the mass layoffs, or the corporate mergers, or the overworking and underpaying, or the overseas labor outsourcing because Hollywood is too expensive to film in now, or that soulless executives will happily replace you with a robot because they are not actually human and therefore do not understand the humanity and art that goes into filmmaking. And most of all, that your student discount for Adobe Creative Suite expires way sooner than you think. Now, when I first started this channel, I began a series called Apparently the Daily Wire Makes Movies Now, where I roasted these scowling nerds' attempts at mainstream entertainment. Dead Domain has been carrying the torch of savagely reviewing every new pile of slop they churn out, including a weird Christian Game of Thrones ripoff that feels more like a middle school Easter play that's only manageable on at least 30 milligrams. Because, my good bitches, none of them ever found success in mainstream entertainment. So they do not understand how to run a production company, let alone an entire streaming platform. But despite 25% of their staff being laid off, their children's entertainment division being shut down entirely, and hiring a bankruptcy lawyer, as history teaches us, fascists who are rejected from the arts will continue to make it everyone else's problem. The Daily Wire is known for rehabilitating and providing a safe space for problematic celebrities who are simply misunderstood in today's wild world of wokeness, essentially creating a ragtag group of grifters, bigots, racists, and anyone else blacklisted from
my door's
Hollywood
open
for
briefly.
entirely reasonable reasons.
Thankfully, the lighting's too dark for you to be able to see that there's nothing out there.
Just because those libs won't hire you after you assaulted and harassed your ex-girlfriends doesn't mean we won't, Jonathan Majors. You can have a spot at our lunch table now that Candace Owens is gone. Have you met our producer, Dallas Sonnier? He's making our latest movie that you can totally star in. No, of course he won't care about that.
Do you really though, baby? Do you really?
Yes.
then how dare you come home drunk to disturb the peace of our house when we have a plan?
I'm
I would like to get to,
Trust me, Dallas has seen this plenty of times and has never had an issue with it. You can see his last business partner. Homie looks like Subway Jared if he actually worked at a Subway. He also raped a kid. So anyway, you in?
He's just like Vogel.
In fact, in. As for the film industry at large, the soulless ghouls who call themselves executives continue to rule over us.
I think there's someone that literally just making the movie Lighthouse in Tamagotchi Life. That's interesting. I like the movie. I feel like there's like a weird fixation on that movie. Like it feels like some people like it's their obsession movie.
Which is why I do this, leading to seemingly endless labor strikes. When I say studio execs aren't human, I'm not exaggerating. If you want an example of just how truly evil and vile they are, during the writer's strike of 2023, I was working in post-production on a major TV show. Our writers were out striking, and our producers actually joined them in solidarity. And rather than negotiating with the talented, hard-working artists who pay for their multi-million-dollar mansions, these inhuman executives had two proposals.
That's a good point, Filler. That's actually why I really love the movie Poor Things, because it was something free of the Marvel slop.
Pushing these people to the brink of losing their homes, and threatening to cut down the trees they were standing under for shade. At this point,
awful. You prefer Rich Things. Poor Things is a great movie. I stand by it. I think that one thing that Disney kind of fails to understand, maybe they do know, but like you need to not just produce marshmallows, you need to also produce cereal. Otherwise it's no one's going to appreciate those marshmallows. Never really seen the movie, but I've seen the movie referenced like heck in games. Wait, really? Lighthouse? Where is it referenced in that? Hold on a second. What you just said makes me think about this, though. What you just said reminded me of the fact that they filmed in black and white, but it was actually he looked like Mario.
Burning down a warehouse in Ontario, California is the moderate position, and these are the so-called liberal major studios that the Daily Wire rails against. So you can only imagine the Wire's response when IATSE called for a strike against their current production. Luckily, we
Yeah, probably for the best that they went black and white because it's just like Mario. Well, I think that, yeah, I think that, I mean, they chose these colors specifically because it would be filmed in black and white, and it would show a specific type of colors. It's really interesting, the science behind, like, black and white film. Like, how some colors will be more vibrant than others through that lens, because it has a bias towards red or blue, I forget which. It's really interesting.
You don't have to imagine, because Deadline just dropped a bombshell article about the absolute dumpster fire that they call a film set. And as a former film major who makes a living doing this, the jokes write themselves. But before we laugh at
I wish I could
shit
write
show together, a
scripted
brief
comedy.
word from our sponsor and our devilishly handsome host. So let's say you're a sheep. It's been a good day working at your sheep-owned business, and you decide to try out that restaurant for sheep you've heard about. It's vegan, it's organic, it's pasture to table only. So one day on your lunch break, you head over to the sheep restaurant, you walk up to the counter and order your sheep lunch, and you can't believe what you're seeing. A wolf at the cash register dressed in your clothes. You realize this isn't the safe space for sheep you thought it was. It's just a front for wolves to take your hard-earned sheep money. There's a reason you wouldn't let wolves run a restaurant for sheep. Just like there's a reason why Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury law firm. When John Morgan's brother Tim suffered a catastrophic...
Is this an actual ad?
injury while working at Disney World, the mishandling of Tim's case led John to believe that the system was rigged against financially struggling families like his. In a world of sheep businesses run by wolves, John vowed to protect the powerless against powerful interests, creating a law firm that emphasizes helping clients—
I can't believe it. This is an actual ad. In Ultra Kill, there's an island, the first level of Layer 5. There's a big ocean. You have to platform over. Off in the distance, there's an island with a lighthouse on it and 2 dead bodies. When you approach the bodies, I'm pretty sure it reveals a quote from the lighthouse. I see, okay. Yeah, that's pretty weird. This is a weird ad.
And most importantly, doing so with compassion.
You know, I like that one lesbian filler. I don't know their name right now. When she changes to a red shirt when she does her ads. I love that. That's such a great visual thing, a visual cue.
For over 35 years, Morgan & Morgan knows a thing or two about fighting to get you the compensation that you deserve. With over $30 billion recovered for their clients. If you're injured because of someone else's negligence, you deserve to get paid. And
I have no idea. By the way, I do get offers to do Raid Shadow Legend ads, just so you guys know.
If you're ever injured or in an accident,
I have considered taking them just because I think it'd be funny, but I also feel like I should do something else.
Right next to my very handsome face, or by going to forthepeople.com.
Granger knows.
Granger. What is Granger? We don't even know.
The machinery isn't working right. You need to understand.
Machinery. I don't have machinery.
Queen. And with that, back to our regularly scheduled
That's
programming.
such a weird
Also,
ad.
Really quick before
That's such a weird ad. Why? That is such a weird ad. The worst part of getting Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship is they expect you to actually play the game. Yeah. I do have viewers that like the game, though. I do want to point that out. I do know they exist. You played one Black Ops Zombies for like 3 hours last night, only to die at the end. Call of Duty Zombies sucks. I agree.
Before we start, I just want to give a tremendous thank you to everyone.
They're offering me, like, I think, like, I should probably look. I'm gonna open it up, and maybe I'll show you guys. If there's no private information, I'll show you too. Hold on. Monetization, ads, sponsorships. The one. Yeah, I know. I accept your terms and conditions. Oh, I had to scroll way down. I accept your terms and conditions. Sorry. Oh, I don't. Oh, wait. Sorry, I'm currently looking at what they have for me. Oh, thank you to the people that watch my VODs. I'm noticing that you do exist. Oh, I don't have any campaigns right now. Never mind. They didn't appear. Probably because I just accept some new terms and conditions, so they have to wait for that to go through. Alright, well, they have offered before. I'll read it later.
Campaign, or who even just shared the link. We were able to make a lot of progress towards his goal within just the first 48 hours of me telling you guys about it, and we really, really appreciate your help. I've been talking about it on my community tab for the past couple weeks.
How about you don't die once?
Promoting a fundraiser for
They're
my
zombies.
new friend Raya.
It's not like they have guns.
Her 5 children, who have also been feeling the brunt of the genocide in Gaza. Thanks to you all, we were able to supply them with food and rent money for the near future, and I'm just so unbelievably grateful to have such kind and generous fans who showed love to this beautiful family, especially during such a financially difficult time worldwide right now. We do still have a fair bit of way to go before we reach her goal, so if you haven't donated yet, or you'd like to share the link
Chris,
to her chuff.
I assume that you played the game for 3 hours straight, and then you died, And you're like, forget this, I'm going to bed. And then you woke up, you're like, I'm happy again. You're like, I remember why I was mad last night.
Campaign. I've included the link in the description. All funds go directly to food and resources, shelter, healthcare, and education for her 5 amazing kiddos. Thank you all again so goddamn much. Thank you for supporting the people of Gaza and for advocating for a free Palestine. Now let's make fun of Ben Shapiro's eyebrows together.
What? It's just an ordinary crabby. Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I know. There are a lot of people on the left, on X, and they're very upset about this.
Coretta Scott King. You know who that is? That's Martin Luther King's wife. Michelle Obama. Barack Obama's wife.
I know, I'm not, I shouldn't have gone out. I'm sorry.
And if you're upset now, wait until you see this film. Your heads are going to explode.
Speaking of heads, Ben went from complaining about gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head to becoming one himself. It should also be noted that the title of this video is Listen Up, You Whiny Bitches, presented by a 40-year-old virgin who burned Barbie dolls for money. So let's just say...
The right wing is it's just full of crybabies. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it.
There's a larger cultural conversation around...
By the way, the speculation about his eyebrows being so thick is a result of possibly him taking testosterone as a way to boost his testosterone levels and make himself more manly and be able to grow a beard. And the side effect is that his eyebrows grow out too. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It is really funny too. And the funniest part to me is that that's a form of gender-affirming care, right? It's just affirming your ability to grow a beard, which is a male trait.
Jonathan Majors, or any celebrity of color really, acting
a
in
man trait, actually, I should say.
Daily Wire movie that's being filmed in the antebellum South. And it's also a conversation that's best explained by somebody who's actually connected to it, which is why the jive-ass white motherfucker you see before you is gonna shut up
It's amazing how well they grow despite not being watered.
for a minute and let Foreign Fridays explain it better than I ever possibly could.
And then allowing them to help me, do the work,
The work would be whatever the gal you strangle says it to be. When Ben Shapiro says that Jonathan Majors was cancelled, I'm telling you, the people that fund the Daily Wire do not know who Jonathan Majors is. So now they're going to care about Jonathan Majors the same way that they cared about Nikki for a second, because they are useful tokens to be spent. Majors still found it fit to go to Shapiro and make a Django Rechained. Even Megan Good ain't good enough to get you on a Tyler Perry type thing. No, you go on straight to Shapiro.
And so, Jonathan Majors joined the Daily Wire's Island of
He's growing his... Oh, sorry. Hey, my dad literally used to pray to God that if he got a son, to let him have a beard, because I'm half Asian and did grow it. Are you going to take testosterone supplements to make sure you could grow a beard? Do you have a beard? I think, I guess I like I don't like having things on my face. What I have is actually more of a joke. This is a long-standing joke. When I was in high school, my mother saw that I was growing sideburns, and she said, "You're not allowed to shave those off." I'm like, "Okay." And the joke for me was to never shave them off, and so it's just like growing that way. Yeah, they're more mutton chops than sideburns at this point. You know, my least favorite kind of character send-off? When showrunners are afraid to kill off the character. I don't watch shows that kill off characters very often. You know what's also weird? When I watched Game of Thrones, I watched it after everyone else had already finished it. I finally caught up to it, and every character that died in that show was not a surprise to me. And it wasn't because I was aware of what happened. I was shocked because I'm like, this character's written to die. Like, you can feel it. You're capable of growing a full beard, but not a long beard. Ah, I see. They didn't kill anyone off. They're changing the ending apparently, and there's some right-wing reactionaries going against it right now, saying, "Oh, how dare they make a mockery of God?" Jumbo was catching me up on that last night. Death flags? That's funny.
Canceled Misfit Toys, joining other fading stars like sexy cannibal Armie Hammer and Holocaust survivor Gina Carano. The end. Majors is also executive producing the film, which is pretty typical for big-name actors in big-name films. The term executive producer implies a lot of creative control, but it mostly just means you're fronting a lot of the money so that you can get royalties later. And money...
I enjoyed a couple of the episodes that I saw, but like it did feel as though there's something about The Boys that feels very much 2016 era media. And 2016 era media feels more like propaganda than actual thing for me to watch because it's fun.
Is all filmmaking is about anyway. Trust me, I went to school for this. And then...
Hold on. Like, it's really easy to tell if a character's gonna die or not. Yeah, death flags, I see. Couple of tells if they're some kind of big parental figure, main character lives. If they don't have many important things happening on screen, or if they're something too busted to actually keep in the story. Yeah, no, exactly. There was a lot of red flags I saw. The death flags. A lot of death flags I saw in Game of Thrones. And I'm like one of my brother's favorite characters, I was like, hold on a second. How did he not know that this character's gonna die? Like, it's just like weird. It's weird. I don't know. I am more of a writer than my brother, but like still. Knew Tony Stark was going to die in the last Avengers film because he mentions wanting kids in Infinity War. That is a death flag. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. You're right.
Jonathan Majors fell out a window.
You know what I was expecting, though? I'm sorry. I'm going to rewind a little bit. Another thing that's kind of wild to me is how... Like, I thought that they were just going to make Tony Stark the new Uncle Ben. I thought they were going to have Tony say to Peter, with great power comes great responsibility. I thought he was going to do that. I think that would have been interesting. But I'm also sick and tired of origin stories. Important characters should be killed off at appropriate times for stake. That ended up being on my... Yeah, I know. I saw that. I did see those movies. The Spider-Man movies were probably my favorites. But I was disappointed that it wasn't Tony. You know what I would like to write a really interesting, cool character, and then kill them in the most anticlimactic way, just to give you that sense of void from it. Sorry about that.
But it mostly just means you're fronting a lot of the money so that you can get royalties later. And money is all filmmaking is about anyway. Trust me, I went to school for this. And then Jonathan Majors fell out a window. Wait. Sorry, getting ahead of myself there. So our story takes place in Gaffney, South Carolina, home to some people and a large peach statue. If you're one of those people, or you're a walking, talking peach, maybe, I don't know what goes on in Gaffney, I've never been there. You might have seen some folks on the street nearby a film set holding some signs. You might even be a young, bright-eyed film industry hopeful who finally got an on-set job. I have no idea how difficult or not they are to find in South Carolina.
A character who has helped the main crew through the entire series. They had cool fights. They had a really cool character, only for them to trip and impale themselves on a sharp rock. I mean, they have that kind of... Is that another death flag example? Because I would say that definitely happened. In Game of Thrones quite a lot.
Your cheeks are rosy and your soul is full of purpose.
I want to show you guys. I got hot sauce on my desk. This is really good hot sauce. I really like it. Flavor-wise, it's amazing. It's fire-roasted garlic and habanero pepper sauce. It's extremely tasty. It's rated 4 out of 5 on the spicy scale. The part that sucks, though, is that my mother has a habit of buying me things without buying the thing that also I would use this on. So, like, the only thing I can eat this with right now is rye bread or popcorn. It bothers me so much. I could also put it on gummies, I guess. It's just like, it's so sad. I just wish that, I wish I had some food to eat that with right now. Is it an ad read? Well, I didn't say the brand name. I just said the name of it. I didn't say the brand, did I? I just said what flavor it is. Hot sauce on Haribo gummy bears. Yeah, gummy bears. Yeah, there you go. But like, I'm so frustrated because it's like I have. Okay, another fun little backup story about this. The reason this is important to me is because when I went to the hospital that one time, I ate chimichangas with this specific hot sauce brand, and it was delicious, and I loved it. And a couple days later, I had to go to the hospital because my gallbladder was having an attack, and I was only halfway through the bottle, and after my surgery, I was looking forward to having some of this stuff again, and I found out my mother threw it away. Like, did you think I was gonna die? Like, was I never gonna eat that again? It's ridiculous. And now I have it, but I have nothing to eat it with. Keep hot sauce in your purse. I would. That's not a bad idea. So not even joking, I think that having a satchel or a purse is a smart idea. Just keep, like, important items in it. Stuff that keeps you alive. Anyway. Sorry about that little diversion. I just keep looking at it on my desk. I'm like, I wish I had at least pizza to eat it with. It's a Hillary Clinton reference? Oh, okay.
Day with a dream, and you'd go to bed with visions of long, boring hours of nothing, punctuated by short bursts of absolute terror. You know, how it actually feels to work on a film set.
Being in show business is like a dream. We're really lucky, aren't we?
I wish I was dead.
You were hired last minute to help reset a scene. Finally, a way to get your foot in the door. But when you get to set, you start to notice a few things that are odd. First, you notice it's a pretty small crew for a very high-budget movie. Not too much of a problem. Sometimes you only need a handful of people depending on the scene you're shooting. Then you see a bunch of men who definitely peaked in high school bumbling across the film set, unsure of what exactly to do next. You then see a bunch of broken glass on the ground and assume that's what you need to clean up. But nothing could have prepared you for the reality of why you were hired so last minute, or why your job was cleaning broken glass in the first place, because nobody bothered to tell you about anything that had happened. But don't worry, you're not alone. Allegedly, nobody knew anything about anything that was happening on this set ever. Especially that the broken glass was the result of Kang the Conqueror himself falling 6 feet out of a goddamn window and taking co-star JC Kilcoyne down with him. Surely, all of this was the experience of the anonymous crew member who confirmed in an interview with Deadline, quote, "When I got there, nobody mentioned anything about people falling out the window. It seemed weird to me."
Honey, you've got a big storm coming.
I'm totally kidding about that whole backstory.
Back to your main point of the show that's afraid to kill off characters, is Stranger Things. It's crazy how nobody of significance died in the final season. Didn't somebody die and they brought them back, though? Like, the AI that they used to write the script forgot that the character was dead? Did they ever release the Snow White movie? I don't think they did. I was actually looking forward to it.
I made up for that dude. By the way, he's probably like 40. So,
Death Flag sounds like a really cool username.
Production crew position that I do have a lot of experience in, both in and out of school, is as a first assistant.
Ninja Squirrel, a sriracha sauce from Whole Foods. I don't like sriracha. Sriracha is just like Frank's Red Hot combined with ketchup. It's not impressive to me. And the fact that Lay's potato chips to me it feels like it's the mayonnaise of spicy. I just prefer, if I was gonna have hot sauce, it'd be just Frank's Red Hot.
Assistant director. It sounds flashy, and I guess it sort of is.
You like sriracha, has a little sweetness to it. True, that's fair. You know, when it comes to the ranking, I prefer Frank's Red Hot. Sriracha's fine. I don't really like Tabasco. Tabasco is bitter. I don't like how it tastes. That's why, again, I like this unnamed brand of food that is tasty. It actually is like actually tasty. I'm tempted to put this straight in my mouth right now. Which would not be good. Because again, it's rated 4 out of 5 in the spicy scale. It needs something else to be put on.
It turns your prefrontal cortex neurons into Best Buy employees who find out last minute they have to work on Black Friday. The fact that I did this job before I was prescribed Vyvanse is probably why I'm still a little traumatized by it. Basically, you're the head killjoy of...
Do you guys want to know? Do you want to know the name of this? Do you want me to tell you? Because I can also tell you the backstory to this. The company that bought this, that sells it in the United States, David and Greg bought it, and turns out this actually is a product that they stole from someone who owns an entire farm, and her son was murdered, and I'm personally a little suspicious because that son was like in charge of the finances side of things and making sure that things were set up properly, and I'm a little worried that like David and Greg might have like killed them. It was a local one, but now it's not. This is I'll just say it's Melinda's. This is Melinda's Fire Roasted. I'll actually zoom in. Here, you guys can see HD version of me real quick. There you go. I wish it was sponsored by Melinda's Hot Sauce. Actually, I wish it was sponsored by the actual people who made this that was stolen from. Getting killed over hot sauce? It's good hot sauce.
Crew. Your biggest jobs are ensuring physical safety.
Tabasco tastes bad in my opinion. I like the spice level of Tabasco is good, but the flavor is bad. This has a great flavor, and yeah. Da Bomb hot sauce, perchance. I have not. I think at some point I'll try out some viral things like the one hot chip thing.
On set, preventing liabilities, and most importantly, getting to yell quiet on set and nagging the actual director that they are behind schedule. It's a thankless job.
Hello,
but
Tato.
Holy shit, is it a necessary one. So this production, the Daily Wire one, presented by Bonfire Legend Studios, produced by Browse McGee and File Whisperer Dallas Saunier, they either had no idea what a first AD was and refused to learn, that would be very in character for them, or they managed to drag Pete Hegseth's more alcoholic nephew out of his floor futon and were like, look alive, son, we got a movie to make. Go get him, Tyke. Oh shit, he fell. Oh shit, he fell for real. Oh god, oh no. According to multiple sources, the accident...
It's purely spicy, but it tastes like shredded... It tastes like a shredded tire. Oh, that's unfortunate. So, when it comes to spicy things, I like flavor. It can't just be like, my tongue is on fire, my tongue just tingles. It needs to be flavor, too. It can't just be seasoning. Wish to travel the world alone and try food. Trying food is a great idea. Like, just like traveling to see food is a great idea. I don't want to try the bomb. I probably won't. But you also like Tabasco, so maybe I should.
Was caused by the window being replaced by an unsecured sheet of tempered glass, which
Pete Hegseth is an inspiration. He shows us that not even crippling alcoholism can stop you from being in charge of the military. True. Takis are just fire flavor, nothing else. I've not had them. talkies, right? I've never tried one because when they were really popping off and popular, I had too much dental damage to actually try that. I told you guys I have like $30,000 of damage in my mouth. A lot of it is taken care of since I've started streaming. But if you go back and watch my earlier streams, you can see how my mouth has evolved from being pretty bad to pretty good. Also, the bomb did make a newer version of where it has good flavor. I have yet to try that. I'm proud of my chat for funding me. Thank you guys.
Which would be intentionally shattered later.
I know I'm on the low side. I think that I'm currently experiencing the lowest amount of subscriptions since I started, which is fine because it coincides with Twitch asking for freaking $6 for a subscription. I actually am against that. I think that you guys, if you want to subscribe to anything at all, this probably should be Twitch Turbo. Like, I don't think it's right for me to ask for $6. $5 was fine. I felt no guilt over that. But $6? Jesus Christ.
And the actors would, of course, be replaced by stunt doubles for this scene. You know, it's one of those action movie stunts where they crash through a window. You know what I'm talking about. The problem is that there clearly were not enough safety measures in place to prevent this from happening. Especially since the shot in question, which we were lucky enough to capture on camera, involved the actors falling towards the window, which would then assumedly cut to a different shot of the stunt doubles going through the window.
Oh.
The fact that the tempered glass was set up before flying in the stunt doubles means that not only was there a complete lack of communication, but they also totally borked the production schedule, which takes things like that into account. And then they either forgot about it after setting it up, or they were too lazy to replace it even though they knew it was there.
Oh no! Okay, that's actually crazy.
And once again, the first AD, if there even was one, did nothing about it.
Good? I'm good. You good? I'm good, right? Did we shoot it?
Yeah. Like, imagine if I was one of those streamers that was like, it was like, come on guys, it's just $5. How dare you? Like, you want to watch my stream, but you're not going to give me $5? There are people out there. Do you remember when that was like trending all over 2022? Like, good lord. I wonder how they're doing nowadays. This is simply the price of making art. Yeah.
Use it.
So
oh my god, wait, hold on.
First AD, if there even was one, did nothing about it.
Good? I'm good. You good? I'm good, right? Did we shoot it? We shot it. Use it.
So
use it.
Then Jonathan Majors falls out a window. There we go. Now we're all caught up. He takes JC Kilcoyne down with him, and while Majors was unscathed, Kilcoyne needed stitches all over his hands. The Daily Wire really does hire actors who fell off. But the Daily Wire was not about to tarnish its reputation any further.
That's pretty bad.
They know damn well what failures they are, and they are not about to add any fuel to the fire that proves it. So Kilcoyne's reps immediately stepped in to do some damage control. JC is doing well and was taken care of immediately by production. He did not feel unsafe on set and continues to have a positive experience working on the project. Well, alrighty then. Johnny, got anything you want to add? I'm okay. I was happy to be on set and help tell the story. I am grateful for whoever is checking on me, the cast and crew for regarding our safety. It's going to be a great movie, and I am looking forward to fans seeing it.
A great man. I am doing great things, not just for me, but for my culture and for the world. That is actually the position I'm in.
Well, alrighty then. So I'm gonna
That's
pause
so wild.
My snark for just a moment and say that even
No, he probably did. No one is okay on this set.
with the
His name is Kilcoyne? Probably. I think so. When you're in acting and you're in the Actors Guild, you usually use a pseudonym. Fun fact for you, nobody's allowed to have the same name if you're in the acting guild. That's why a lot of fake names are used. It's a weird thing, but when you get into the diva nature of acting in general, it starts to make sense.
Best first ADs and most professional sets in the world, accidents are...
I mean, my name's not Lynx, but I still go by Lynx.
Always a possibility, both on and off set. I will never forget the day I first AD'd a project, and the reason the Steadicam guy was late was because he was in a car accident where the f***ing car was overturned, and he still showed up to set. Thankfully, he and the equipment were somehow unscathed. Y'all, camera guys are built different, I swear. But set accidents can even be something as simple as tripping over an unsecured
catch 'em,
cord.
gotta catch 'em all.
Nobody's perfect, everyone makes mistakes. Filmmaking is one giant group project that's 90% legal paperwork and 10% dry shampoo, and you're always gonna have issues. But after this accident, a picket line showed up near the set, the one I mentioned earlier that you might have seen if you're a Gaffney resident or a walking talking peach. I don't know what happens there. It turns out this was just the tip of the iceberg of incompetence that you would absolutely expect from the Daily Wire's usual gang of idiots, and this was their breaking point. So it turns out, my good bitches, another thing they don't teach you in film school is that set safety is actually woke. Those union guidelines are just a bunch of SJW talking points fabricated by all those blacklisted commies back in the 50s.
This is literally what social justice is all about. That's so funny.
That's exactly why the Daily Wire is here, to usher in a new era of filmmaking practices without an agenda. No, really. There literally was no agenda on the set of this film. As in, there weren't any call sheets. You know, the document given to every single person that's going to be on set that day or in the near future, with the time and the date and the location and the full shooting schedule and the full list of everyone who's there and contact information and parking info. You know, the little things. But again, this is filmmaking without...
The wokes want you to stop letting people die on set. I know, right? Like, what is our freedom for?
Those pesky Marxist agendas. Sounds like you're asking for a handout. What is this, Stalinist Russia? According to one crew member with decades of on-set experience, quote, "You couldn't find anybody. You didn't know who they were. So what's a film crew to do in the safety prohibition era? You gotta turn to the black market." Or at least that's what they referred to their impromptu crew lists as,
oh my God,
trying to identify their colleagues themselves. Is this how genocide scholars feel viewing the world currently as they watch their years of studying the subject go down the drain because everyone is ignoring their expertise? Because I'm trying to make jokes about this, but the idea of not having call sheets on any film set, let alone a large budget motion picture, is making me break out in hives. Call sheets are mainly the responsibility of the second assistant director, so if they're not even gonna bother with a first AD, I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't even consider a second one. Giving a second anything a position of authority sounds like DEI to me. That same crew member mentioned that they witnessed no normal production activities on the set. I mean, that's the understatement of the century, but one of their examples included a lack of a unit production manager, aka the one who coordinates all the snacks and catering for a PA to pick up later. I mean,
you know, the lack of snacks and catering is actually a huge reason why Nostalgia Critic had controversy when he made his YouTube movie. I think it's called To Boldly Flee. I don't know how I feel about that drama still. I just know that the Nostalgia Critic has been effectively canceled from that.
They mainly manage the budgeting and scheduling of the film, but we're well past that. This implies that they might not have even...
The Daily Wire should absolutely be able to afford these things.
Coffee on set, which is an offense so heinous that even some of the very nice Mormons I know would have a thing or two to say about that, and coffee really isn't their cup of tea. Several crew members also confirmed that there were no meetings with department heads ahead of time, which is also not surprising at all. If they can't even be bothered to make a call sheet, they're not gonna bother speaking human words to the unwashed masses who are actually making the movie for them. Are you crazy? And they certainly won't allow these untouchables to speak with writer-director Kyle Rankin either. Wait a minute. Kyle Rankin. Where have I heard that name before?
That guy has my biological father's hairstyle. Like the troll doll, my hair is way on top of my head hairstyle.
Welcome to Strike Gently.
Hey! God dang it, this ad.
Over 80 different blanket
Go away.
designs.
That was terrible. That ad placement was horrible. I hate that. I'm gonna rewind so we can get the joke. Look at that hair.
Oh, I should've!
Okay. No. By the way, I have some Daily Wire films if we ever want to check them out. I don't want 80 different blankets. I do not. Actually, my mother really dislikes how I sleep. My blankets, I make sure that they're as thin as possible because I prefer to be cold when I'm sleeping.
No. So this noble film crew, braver than any Marine and could probably go toe-to-toe with an Avenger at this point, made an even worse discovery upon arrival at a different location. You know the phrase, location, location, location? Me too. That phrase doesn't actually apply to filmmaking, but sometimes you really do find that perfect location to shoot in. It fits the exact vision you have in your head, and you're willing to do whatever it takes to get that spot. Your location manager will deal with most of that nonsense on your behalf anyways, but sometimes it simply doesn't work out for a number of reasons. If it costs too much to rent out, or there are too many limitations with what you can and can't do to the space, or it's right next to a sawmill filled with angry screaming cockatoos and the mics will almost definitely pick that up. Or, if you're the Daily Wire, you'll find a location so perfect, you're willing to set aside the warning from the building contractor that it's filled with asbestos. Now,
I had a dream last night that I was running away from people in a car who were about to shoot me. I was wearing the blankets. I was sleeping in IRL. I assume that dream was inspired by us watching all that Columbine stuff.
if you're a reasonable producer with an iota of concern or
It's true. I mean, where's the Wizard of Oz now?
care for the people making a movie for you, you would immediately reconsider and start looking for a new location. But these aren't reasonable producers, these are fascists. And if they're not going to bother with assistant directors, call sheets, or food, it's a snowball's chance in hell that they're going to bother testing a location for asbestos. When the crew was sent into the mesothelioma
It is crazy how that
caves,
works.
like canaries and coal mines, they discovered an infestation
You
of
also, like, before I ended my stream, you did acknowledge that the Columbine stuff that we were watching was actually affecting you, so...
transphobic brain rot. Not the Daily Wire. I mean, they literally stumbled into a space contaminated by black mold. But just because the Daily Wire regulates...
Ah, they did that on purpose so that you would become more transphobic. Because we all know that transphobia is induced by black mold.
microdoses it every time Matt Walsh looks into a camera with those cold, dead shark eyes. That doesn't mean normal
Shark
members
eyes.
of society can function in, and I cannot possibly overstate this to you enough, deadly black mold. It wasn't until the entire crew pushed against these f***ing idiots that they finally agreed to a location change. Remember, comrades, there's strength in numbers. As one of the crew members put it, they really didn't care about the long-term effects on the crew. I don't even think it crossed their minds because they're so inept. But the story isn't over yet.
There is something really interesting about black mold. Like, I feel like that's the number one complaint you hear about when it comes to, like, properties and stuff like that that are, like, tended by landlords. It makes me want to look into how to dispose of it, because I've never actually... I don't think I know how. I need to figure that out.
The fun never starts on the action park of film sets. I really wish there were more details about the reports of props falling onto people, because one example included a rigged tree branch that fell on the goddamn set medic. You know,
oh, God.
The one who's supposed to tend to people hit by rigged tree branches. A level of irony previously only seen with broken down tow trucks. The production had been using airsoft guns, but remember kids, safety is woke, and it gets in the way of all the bang bang pew pew come home bang my wife action. So the armorer and prop master were absolutely nowhere to be found and did not provide a goddamn word.
You gotta wash it and remove it, then put in a repellent. But it'll always come back if there's damp enough. If it is damp enough, getting in no ventilation. Okay, so so once you get rid of it and use the repellent, you gotta also make sure that it's well ventilated, the area. Okay, your bedroom is very prone to black mold. I see. I've experienced black mold in places before. I probably should have, I think we just washed it off, but yeah, I guess I feel like that room was ventilated though. It had a window that was open the entire time. Oh well. Bet you're in Florida or something, cold and damp places it comes. Yeah, okay. Your apartment had it bad? I can't believe you guys escaped transphobia so narrowly. I always kept the windows closed because they didn't have screens. Your house gets it a lot, yeah. And just so you guys know, I get it. I think the reason that people like J.K. Rowling get trended on it is because she's rich. You'd think she'd at least have the most access to getting rid of it, or at least awareness to not have it visible. You keep your windows closed a lot because you're afraid of spiders. Do you have a bug screen for your windows? None of my windows have bug screens, which is why all the windows are shut. But I would like to have them open personally. But I don't want my cats to escape. Recently, actually, a couple days ago, my mother, had her bedroom window open, and she's on the second floor, and her ferret actually got out onto the roof of the porch and fell down into the grass. It's alive, and it's currently with her. She takes it with her wherever she goes. But good lord, no screen. Got it. She has no excuse. Yeah, J.K. Rowling has no excuse. Whereas, yeah, from what my understanding, black mold is difficult to handle.
To anyone asking about firearm safety protocols. I know the Daily Wire can't distinguish between fantasy and reality, but who's gonna tell them the Second Amendment doesn't apply to film production? The right spent so much time mocking Alec Baldwin for that absolutely tragic accident that resulted in the death of a cinematographer. They never stopped to think that it could happen to them. Or more likely, they did. They just didn't care. And we haven't even gotten to the lore surrounding their special effects supervisor Chris Bailey, who looks like one of the 7 people who attended Hetero Awesome Fest. A seasoned master of his craft, known for projects such as Nick Jonas, Chains. Chris was also the SFX coordinator on The Poison Rose, starring John Travolta and Morgan Freeman, before his arrest for illegal possession of explosive materials. Now, I know what you're thinking. Francis. He was the special effects and pirate pyrotechnics coordinator for a movie. Of course he has explosives on hand. It's literally his job, and you would be correct. John Travolta is no stranger to 0% on Rotten Tomatoes film sets, but this one in particular caused
John Travolta has lost so much reputation. It's crazy.
Minor injuries when he was hit with sparks during an oopsie-doopsie special effects thing from, you guessed it, Christopher Elizabeth Bailey. Multiple other crew members had complained about Chris's Hegseth-y approach to pyrotechnics, but Chris wasn't actually stopped until prosecutors filed a claim on behalf of the Battlefield Earth starlet, which actually has 3% more on Rotten Tomatoes than The Poison Rose. Turns out, because of an unnamed prior conviction, Chris was, in fact, not legally allowed to handle explosions. He pled guilty, was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison, and then was given probation because, well, sounds about white. So, naturally, the other crew members had said something about Chris's prior convictions, but doing anything about it was the last thing on the Daily Wire's mind. These people spent millions putting a convicted felon in the White House. What makes you think they'd care about one using explosives around other human beings? Dallas Sonnier looked the other way when his old business partner touched kids. What makes you think he'd give a rat's ass about someone's face being potentially blown off? The less face you have, the less likely you'll be able to complain. I assume that was his reasoning, if there was any at all. Deadline reached out to Chris, and he did actually respond, claiming the incident was a paperwork infraction, and said that no pyro was mishandled, as if justice.gov isn't a public source. So Jonathan Majors going from hitting women to hitting the pavement happened after all of the things I just described to you, and several crew members had already walked out. But this big kahuna was the breaking point for the production crew. IATSE initially tried to persuade the Daily Wire to sign a contract that would secure payment into the union's health and pension
Let Guy Fawkes do 4th of July celebrations.
funds. After hilarity ensued for 5 weekaroos, on March 26th, 2026, IATSE officially called for a strike against this production. More than 60% of the crew had already signed union cards demanding a bargaining agreement via IATSE. Now, IATSE stands for International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees. But
so that's why it rhymes with Nazi. I'm kidding.
I'm sure a film industry reject like Ben Shapiro thought IATSE was the new name for Nick Fuentes' fandom, and Dallas Sonnier probably assumed it was about Jews or something. It's a possible reason behind Dallas's f***ass response, who seemingly thought strikes were only something that happened in movies. Quote, "We are too busy being badasses, blowing shit up, flying helicopters, and killing movie terrorists to concern ourselves with 4 assholes with signs on the sidewalk and their illegitimate strike." See?
What? I'm sorry. Why do they think talking like this makes their arguments better? like, we in fact don't care about your feelings, nerd. Like, this is so abrasive. Yeah, they were so bad they got right-wingers to unionize. My god.
See, when I was a kid, you would only hear a sentence like that when Family Guy satirized high school army recruiters.
What's up, y'all? I'm Sergeant Extreme, and I'm Major Awesome!
Good, that's a good one.
His 12 theory lends credence once again. And sure enough, filming continued, and the production quickly started replacing the striking crew. While IATSE is obviously cautioning people to not join the production so as to not cross the line, and just for their own quality of life. Dallas can call the strike illegitimate all he wants, but the production has received official communication from IATSE regarding the matter, especially since it's operating under a SAG-AFTRA contract, which stands for Screen Actors Guild, American Federation of Television and Radio Artists. But again, these people are mind-bogglingly stupid, have zero real...
I wonder if I could register with them.
industry experience and have no idea how any of this shit works. Because after Deadline's initial report on the strike, Dallas continued his f***ass response, quote, "The entire industry's in freefall due to strikes, and now that their members are out of work, they're trying to sabotage the few people who are still producing. We don't negotiate with communists."
Oh.
Calm down, soldier boy. We don't negotiate with communists. Homie's out here LARPing as Joseph McCarthy when he looks like a human jewel pod. So, I'm sure—
That's... Nothing he's saying is gonna go well in court.
You're wondering. Maybe you are. I know I was.
Yeah, it's great.
Francis,
I agree.
What movie could possibly
it draws my, like, there's all these things going on, and then it, like, draws the eyes up straight to it.
worth this mess? What could possibly be at stake for the Daily Wire here? Well, in the business, you see, industry folks will sign a non-disclosure agreement to keep any details about unfinished projects under wraps. But thankfully, either the producers were too dumb to know about
What could
NDAs,
possibly go
or
wrong?
the crew did sign them and just don't give a shit because they don't respect anyone behind this stupid f***ing movie. The crew members who spoke with Deadline did request anonymity before doing interviews, and that's only because the Daily Wire is rich and evil and petty enough to make the lives of working class people miserable. I don't think they'd have to worry about being blacklisted though, because that would imply that the Daily Wire has any sort of sway on Hollywood, which clearly they also apparently don't know what working titles are, which is how we were able to find out that this absolute dumpster fire of a production is, in fact, titled Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels, an anthology sequel to their absolutely vile excuse for a film in 2020, Run, Hide, Fight. And if you'd like to watch my breakdown of that movie—
Run, Hide, Fight, I'm not sure if you know this, is about a school shooting.
do so right up there.
I can't wait till we do have a successful school shooting movie. So far, it's just right-wingers that seem to want to make those movies. Oh, actually, we do have a couple of ones. Elephant's a really good one. There's a couple of good ones. I think that we just don't talk about it because it's such a sensitive issue in the United States.
Apologies in advance for looking like absolute shit in that video. I've come a long way, but the Daily Wire clearly hasn't. So currently, it's unsure where the production stands. They are attempting to sweep this under the rug by hiring new crew members, which IATSE is actively warning against, and this all just proves what we already knew. Underneath all the culture war blustering and pretending like it's part of something that isn't actually real, their true intentions are simply taking collective power away from workers, which is actually kind of beautiful because in their attempts to paint everything as a left versus right issue, this just proves once again that it's a top versus bottom issue. If anything, the honesty is refreshing, because when major studio execs try to push people to the brink of losing their homes or any other dastardly schemes, we don't negotiate with communists is absolutely what they're thinking. They're just not stupid enough to say it out loud, like good old Dallas Sonnier. Film industry workers are no strangers to being accused of communism, which in my country means being able to survive normally. Crazy, I know. Those accusations are actually part of our history. A good deal of films you've seen from the golden age of cinema were written under pen names due to the Red Scare and epidemic of blacklisting during McCarthyism. Ronald Reagan was actually one of the biggest McCarthy bootlickers and felt no remorse as he snitched on and sold out colleagues he had been working with for years.
I hate Reagan so much.
Arch, holding left-wing views.
Question is, have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? I'm framing my answer in the only way in which any American citizen can frame his answer to a question which invades his absolutely invades Then his you right. deny to, you refuse to answer that question. Is that correct?
I have told you that I will offer my beliefs, my affiliations, and everything else to the American public, and they will know where I stand, as they do from what I have written.
Stand away
I
from the
have written
stand.
for Americanism for many years, and I shall
Stand
continue
away from the stand.
for the Bill of Rights, which is what not to be destroyed.
Stand away.
And as we've seen in the
McCart, hold on. Let me make sure. I need to check this before I say something stupid. Okay. Joseph McCarthy should have been shot dead.
past year or so, that practice hasn't actually gone away. We're just way stupider about it now. So I found some comments on this Deadline article from people who allegedly worked with Dallas on this project and others. Now, take these with a grain of salt because they are not officially verified. These are all alleged. But I challenge you to look me in the eye and tell me with a straight face that these stories are even remotely implausible, given everything I've told you. Worked with Dallas on a film. Flash blanks fired near the faces of performers. 2 actors had breakaway glass exploded into their eyes. Crew was left stranded on the side of a dark highway, and more. Never addressed any of these safety issues. The guy is a clown. I've worked with Dallas. He doesn't sign union agreements because he abuses crews and doesn't want to follow standard union safety protocols, pay OT, or respect turnarounds. Lots of interns and PAs doing what experienced crew members like Teamsters would usually do. Has never been a true producer, as he has an angel that funds these things. That rolls downhill to his inexperienced producing staff. Maybe this will get deleted, but this is the truth from working on an entire film with him. I was on this film, and reading the IMDb of the producers made me sad. From PA to producer in record time, and walking around like hotshot producers when they can't make the smallest decisions without Dallas's approval. It's laughable. The movies Dallas makes will always be shitty because he shadow directs them and has the worst creative instincts I have witnessed in my 20-year career. Thank God Dave Hall retired, or we would have been stuck with him. But it seems Dallas has found Hall's career doppelganger in first AD Jeremy Phoenix. Okay, so there was a first
Again, there's
AD.
Jeremy. I'm seeing the name Jeremy everywhere this week. What the heck?
Also, this is an insanely specific story. I would have a very hard time believing that this wasn't true. The only thing that matters to him is sticking to an unsafe and unrealistic schedule and yelling at the crew when they can't get the 10-page day. I've never been so glad to see the end of a
I always read it as Coke as in, like Coca-Cola.
project. Dallas has the emotional intelligence of Eric Cartman. None of this is actually surprising, but boy, it does make for a good story.
Do you identify as a
film
furry?
About the making of this film.
I think I have
would
6 of
probably
them in my community now.
be miles more entertaining than whatever school or slop they're cranking out this time. Anyway, before I turn the camera off to treat my hives, let's check out some winning comments from the last video.
No, that's why I had such a huge hesitation. I'm like, well, I guess that's what it is.
Ramen214 says, "Thank God there's always room for
Look,
yellow."
I've said it this way before many times. I think that the definition of furry is not as difficult as people are saying it is. I think the fear is being associated with the negative stereotypes. But, like, a furry is like somebody who likes anthropomorphic characters. That's all you need. Like, somebody who's, like, a great fan. Like, if a movie like Zootopia appeals to you more because there are furry characters in it, you're a furry, and that's fine. Like, some people take it in different directions. Sometimes it means that you like to wear costumes. Sometimes it means that that you wish that you were an animal. Like, there's such a marginal amount of furries. It's fine. You're not a furry, but the smut they draw is truly Renaissance art. I wouldn't mind agreeing with you on that. Hold on, I'll put it in the art channel. Oh, you like drawing them? They are fun characters to draw. I would say that would count in that circumstance. What if you like Zootopia for Judy Hopps and nothing else? Then you're crazy. What I think is weird is how some people treat it like it is something that needs to be a secret. Like just like appreciating things is fine. Yeah, I would say that you would, like, at the very least, you would appeal to that branch of people. I see the art style here. Good, it is well drawn. And you mostly post on Newgrounds, right? People around you are very right-wing. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't really deal with our circumstances until we can afford to get out. So it's understandable keeping that kind of thing. And Reddit, got it. Do you ever see those TikToks of a guy who treats Judy Hopps' Zarel online TikTok furry on and off again girlfriend? Nope, I'm not on TikTok. I can't stress that enough. I do not have a TikTok account. And Insta, got it. Which one are you finding the most success on so far? Mostly asking because I'm like curious about, like, I think the algorithms these days don't really promote art as much as they should. Reddit, you think? Got it. Okay. Reddit does seem like, although it has its problems, it seems like it's the most mainstream, unaffected by the toxicity of AI slop, even though it has influenced AI, which is interesting in itself. It's like a quarantine zone. Gotta curate the algorithm to your taste. True. I think the TikTok algorithm's too aggressive for me. That's why I don't like using it. Got my first 2 haters making up a Rouge the Bat mashup with Mina Deadlock. They hate it. Oh, you saw it? Really? That's funny. Yeah, I like your line work a lot on your drawing that you uploaded there.
Because the rest of the dead Kennedys have spines made of it. It makes my heart so happy how many of you guys are also DK fans. I also met Jello like 10 years ago, and we did take a picture together, and I would show you guys if I wasn't out of drag, but we did have matching belt buckles, so. 420 says, he branched out into dog products and didn't even think to sell dog whistles. I can't believe I didn't think to make that joke. Damn, that's good. Skio says, Tucker Carlson's default expression is that of a dog having just been shown a basic sleight of hand magic trick. You too could be featured in the next video. Leave a comment below. I will pick my favorite ones and give you a shout out next time. But if you would like to guarantee your name be featured at the end of every video, please consider joining my Patreon. If you join any of the membership tiers that are conveniently named after Fallout protagonists, your name will be mentioned at the end of every video. You might get some other cool
thank
stuff
you for
like
actually being here
access to
first.
my Discord, behind the scenes content on how I make my wigs, ad-free and uncensored versions of my videos. So if you love my content and my drag, you can support this channel directly by clicking the link to my Patreon in the description box. And if you'd like to give your money to a much more worthy cause, the link to my friend Raya's Chuffed campaign is in the description.
I would like to see their closet of wigs. I would like to see how they're all stored. Although, I believe they've mentioned that they make their own wigs, which is another interesting concept to me. You saw Devil Wears Prada 2? What'd you think of it? I heard good things, I guess? I have not even seen the first one, to be honest with you. You do have to Urban Dictionary this? You can feel free to just use the Google. Just be brave. Just open up an incognito window.
Extremely helpful if you're unable to donate. If you would like to see me simp for my favorite game characters and get visibly frustrated in real time, please follow me on Twitch. But if you have better things to do on the weekends, you can catch all of my favorite streams on my brand new gaming channel, Queen Coke Francis Live. I post new streams
Lady Gaga has her best acting in it. That's good. I actually like that Lady Gaga is taking an acting direction. I think Lady Gaga's a pretty interesting person.
See me play next. And if
and that's all right. That's it.
Okay, got it. I see. Please consider following me on Instagram or Blue Sky. My handle for all of the above is @QueenCokeFrancis. If you enjoyed this video and you haven't done so already, after the extremely incompetent first AD yells "quiet on set" and the director yells "action," show everyone how ready for your close-up you are by going ahead and unzipping your pants and dick slapping those like and subscribe buttons as hard as you can. Thank you again to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video, and thank you to all of my patrons and subscribers who keep this channel going and have been helping my new friends in Gaza. We cannot possibly express our gratitude more. And, of course, as always, until next time,
That was a good video. I actually didn't see the Tucker Carlson merch video. That seems fun. There you go. I have not seen the Met Gala this year. I heard that a lot of people were upset with it. I actually don't really pay attention to that in general. You're getting cultured. Jeez, you're learning. You're learning to be more human. I see that. Oh, the hot sauce. Oh, it's a Time Magazine thing. Alright, might as well look at it. Hillary Clinton carries Ninja Squirrel hot sauce everywhere. What a weird article to write. God, that's so weird. Alright, whatever. They might add Jason Voorhees to Dead by Daylight. Didn't they... Okay, wasn't there a Friday the 13th game that's basically exactly like Dead by Daylight, but it's almost as if they both had the idea at the same time, and one of them is like, no, we're going to do our own thing. It means that they're the Epic of Gilgamesh. They're definitely different games? Okay. I believe you. Oh my god. It's a parody of Epic of Gilgamesh. That is the most helpful answer you've ever given. I actually think that's really great. It's been ages since I've seen Final Fantasy 13 game footages. I'm not the biggest knower of Final Fantasy. Okay, cat, keep going. Stop harassing me. Oh. Final Fantasy the 13th game footage. Maybe we should look that up, Let's do that. I don't know anything. God, they put this in 4K. I don't care.
I just kind of give it a quick look to make sure.
Oh my god. Why are they saying it's 60 frames per second? That was not 60 frames per second. Maybe this part is.
Make them remember, Jason. Make them suffer.
See, this plays like Dead by Daylight. Is it not online? Is that what the trick is here?
Hi, friend. Can you not hit me, please? I would appreciate that.
The Evil Dead game failed as well, yeah. I don't really know why they make some of these things into games.
Yeah, the blue car, blue car. Oh fuck, Jason's behind.
Don't a million perks to collect. You don't have a million perks to collect.
I need some kind of
Okay, he has them muted, and yet he can hear them still.
backup, I guess.
Jason,
Alright. I'm just gonna make a run for it. I'll probably die,
no matter
but that's
what
worth
they
it.
do to you cannot die.
Jason, fuck off, you prick.
You can never die.
Oh, Jason, you prick. Alright, I'm gonna die. The battery is at my spot.
Bonk. Bonk. Bye.
They deserve to die, Jason. Make them suffer.
Oh, I love Killer Clowns from Outer Space. I didn't know. Oh yeah, that's right. There is a game, isn't there? I have not checked up on it in a while. There it is. Clowntalities. I don't like this aesthetic. There's something very gross about these games that could be funded a lot better. It's like they use default assets and just kind of customize them a little bit.
You good?
Elvira? I don't know if I would want Elvira in there. I don't play Dead by Daylight, so I don't know why they make these games either. Subnautica 2 should have just been in Call of Duty mode. Have you guys ever watched the movie Killer Clowns from Outer Space? It's like one of my favorite horror movies. I'm gonna go to a drive-in movie theater someday. That'd be great. For this movie. It's definitely a drive-in movie theater movie. I think I've only been to 2 drive-in movie theaters my entire life, and I was too young to really remember what movies they are. This is dumb looking. I'm gonna stop that. Vitality, yeah. Okay. I shouldn't rant. It's over. It's done with. Vizzy Pop is a bad person. How dare you? The rant is, I think it's stupid to celebrate the quartering just like leaving the internet. Like, he's addicted to the internet. He's gonna come back. Like, why are we acting like he's done? Like, he is finished. It's like, shut up. Seriously, shut up. Vizzy Pop is the evil person, is one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, probably. Sad Garfield. Alright, let's see, hold on. Oops. You saw a woman say that, and she was right. A Christian woman about Vizzy Pop? How does she even know who Vizzy Pop is? She was right in the wrong way. I'm going to be ending my stream pretty soon. I was thinking about giving one last video so I can continue my learning experience. I'm currently messing around in the Unreal game making tool thing. I'm trying to. I want to make something very basic. I wanted to finish something today, but my computer was complaining too much, so I'm probably gonna experiment with Bazite, which is an operating system that I have. But yeah, I want to try to make a very simple game and see what I could do with it. I hate it when people remind streamers of the existence of time and make them in the stream. It is an unfortunate thing. Oh, you know what, Chris? I was going to play some first-person shooter, but fun fact. I wanted to play Counter-Strike Go, which is Global Offensive. That's the one that eventually became Counter-Strike 2. I was going to play that today. It's like 112 gigabytes, and I needed the gigabytes that were on that drive to specifically install Unreal. So I'm a little disappointed in that. Counter-Strike, stop. Oh. I like Counter-Strike as well. It's not like the best game in the world, but it is a fun one. The gameplay of it is pretty fun. I think that Counter-Strike legit could potentially be esports. I think there's some things that people don't quite understand about esports, and I mean in terms of people, I mean producers of esports media. So we got Counter-Strike. That's like, it's like football. It's practically football. You bring the football to the goal, and then the other team has to tactically stop you. And it's fun. And there's strategy, and it's fun. Can't stress that enough. And then what I also think should count in the esports is racing in speedruns. Like having speedrun communities where you're racing each other. That could be fun too. By the way, Modern Warfare 2019 doesn't need all secure boot stuff, although it's probably even worse in file size. Yeah. I do like Counter-Strike. It is a very fun game. This has just popped up as a suggestion, so I might as well check this out. One moment. My god, an ad for a 30-second video. Very relatable, yeah. I'm not sure you guys noticed, my door is never fully closed, though. I just have it shut just enough that you guys can't see through it. That was a cute animation, I liked it. Hey, the bill's moving forward. For the Stop Killing Games in California. Good. Chris, would you like to pick out a video since you have free redeems and you never use it? Columbine documentary. There you go. Oh god. An NFT game based on Fortnite. Oh yeah, there is a new Electric Playground. That is easy money. There it is. This is actually why I watched the, it's why I watched the... Oh my god, what is the word?
This classic episode
the thing about...
Playground is brought to you by PNP...
God dang it. They're taking it to the hood. San Andreas. There you go. Jesus.
Games. Your source for everything video games.
Judgment Day will follow along with this.
Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 2002. Today on Electric Playground, we look at Ape Escape 2, Kung Fu Chaos for the Xbox, The Zone of the Enders: The Second Runner, and Tommy and I review Grand Theft Auto Vice City in Reviews on the Run.
Good luck to the airports. Have a good time. Enjoy your trip. Be safe. Remember, everyone else on the road sucks at driving. Bye. Okay, you're safe. I don't have public transport.
All new Kinder Joy collections. With 22
Why does it feel like the ads are just popping out of nowhere? Also, again, why does it feel like these guys labeled themselves as 4 kids?
Kinder Joy. Open a new world of surprise.
Okay, bye. Oh, is that fun to watch? It was better than the other ones.
This is an unwritten rule in video games.
Yes, it is. It's not written. Ape Escape 2, or as I pronounce it, If
you put a monkey into a game, it almost always succeeds. Just look at Donkey Kong or Super Monkey Ball. Well, the best monkey game of all time, Ape Escape, is about to get a PlayStation 2 sequel. Get ready for the addictive insanity of Ape Escape 2. I'm here with Simon Roberts, who's the producer for Ape Escape 2. And if you're like me, you love monkeys, you've been waiting for this game. How, in your opinion, does this stack up to Ratchet and Clank and Sly Cooper and Haven?
What?
There's a bunch of platform-style games coming out for PS2.
I don't think of Ape Escape as a platformer.
I mean, the thing is, in all the other games, you're not actively pursuing creatures with intelligence. And you're trying to outwit monkeys. And at the end of the day, the humor and the monkeys, it just takes it. But there's about 400 monkeys in the game now. The main thing is they're not spread out through time now. They're actually spread out through different countries in the world. So we've got monkeys in the casino level, the Afro monkey, the Sphinx monkey, Father Christmas monkey, Explorer monkey, Soldier monkey, Space monkey. A monkey for every season, basically.
Give us a sort of an overview of all of the different things, because that's the coolest thing about Ape Escape is how many different little items you have and weapons you have. So run them all down for us. What else you got in there?
Well, the thing is, when you start in the first level, all you've got is your net and your stun club. And then you get awarded everything as you go along. So you got good old monkey radar with monkey cam, TM. And the monkey cam will give you all the stats of all the monkeys. So you'll find out what his name is, what his habits are, whether he's got a full stomach or not, how aggressive he is, how fast he is. So
he has a
you
full
can kind of work out
stomach.
what kind of approach you want to do. And we've got the water cannon, which allows you to put out fire. You can also stun monkeys with that as well. And the remote control car, which is still one of the best features of any game I've ever played. You've got the tank that you had the first time, same control method, back 2 sticks. Now you got a submarine as well, and you got a snowmobile.
I noticed behind me that these guys are playing soccer or football, and monkey football, okay. Now that's a mini game. Now Ape Escape 1 had great mini games. And I imagine this one does too. Is this the best one here, Monkey Football?
Yeah, I would say it is. It's my favorite because it has all the functionality of a proper football game.
But what are the other mini games that are in here?
Dance Monkey Dance. It's very similar to kind of Parappa. You have a character standing to the right of you, and you have to mimic the moves and basically press the sticks in tandem at the right times. But the difference with this is you control both arms separately.
And there's another mini game too. Can you?
Yeah, it's called Wickedly Hard Monkey Climber. What you have is a
Monkey
selection of
Ape
ropes
Escape is a
hanging
fun
there.
game.
You've got to
I
collect some
enjoyed the
coins in a
demos I
very, very
played
short
of it.
time limit. You have to control the arm of each monkey.
I kinda wanna try it
rotate
out.
the arm and use the L1 and R1
That's crazy, Climber.
to grab onto the ropes at the right time. And some of the other competing titles, graphically, yeah, I would say they're better than Ape Escape. Yeah. Ape Escape is never about the technology part of it, really, because at the end of the day, you're still playing
What a
long
weird
after the
concession.
appeal of the graphics have worn away. You want to play the game.
The lack
for
of
the game.
subtitles.
After this, it's the Zone of the Enders 2.
Zone of the Enders 2.
Lee here with a few reasons why you should be shopping at P&P Games. The selection, everything from retro favorites to contemporary hits. The shipping, free on orders of $65 Canadian or more within Canada and the USA, and we also ship overseas. The stickers, when you spend $65 or more, you get a limited edition sticker based on our silly nonsense. Locals can check out our retail stores in Winnipeg, but for everyone else, we're at pnpgamesonline.com. Support us as we support the Electric Playground Classic. Play forever. No, that's a good sticker.
Hey, I'm with Pat McLean here at Games
What are you
Mania,
doing
and
sitting on
we're
your
going to
desk?
find out a little bit more about this service, which allows you to play games instantaneously on your PC. How are you guys able to do this?
Sure. Well, we take the
I wonder if this is
CD-ROM that you
legal.
normally buy in a store,
right?
And the best way to describe it is we kind of chunk it up,
right?
And we put it on a server inside of the Bell Canada network, and we deliver it to you in parts.
Elden Ring for Switch 2, that would be funny.
And we have a technology partner, actually an Israeli company called Exent Technologies.
Oh no!
And they make sure that the file is protected. And then we send it to you just enough so that you can start playing. And then as you play, we continue to send you more of the file.
You don't need the CD anymore. You don't need to load anything off of any kind of disc or any other kind of thing. It's just coming right off the internet, and you're playing everything real time.
Yeah, you got it. You just need a little, you need a very
Typical Epstein idea.
very quick download of a client, of a piece of software that manages the game on your PC.
This is basically cloud software.
Other than that, you need the normal system requirements that you would normally use to play the CD.
Right. Now, do you need broadband to be able to play these games?
You really do.
With this new cloud service, every time you shoot a demon in Doom, you're actually...
Because there is an initial wait time
I can
while you get that initial piece of the game. So you need, you know, a minimum of DSL high speed.
You start playing these games, and a lot of these things are online multiplayer compatible.
Yep.
Can you jump in and start playing with people like that have the regular CD version of the game and
Yes,
play?
you can.
Yeah.
It has exactly the same functionality that it would if it was the CD-ROM. So if it's a multiplayer
This
game,
feels like it shouldn't, is
you can
probably
play against
something that
other
got
people
killed
who
off
are
because it was
also,
illegal.
using our service, or you can play against people who actually have the CD-ROM in their game.
Can you buy the games as well, or do you just rent them? You just test them out, and then you don't ever get to own them?
It's actually a subscription service. So
Oh, okay.
we have a library of titles. It's about 85.
Well, their capture software sucked back then.
590 titles.
I'm surprised we don't see Bandicam on the top.
Right now from a whole bunch of different game publishers. The fee right now is $15 Canadian per month, and that gives you unlimited access to all the titles in the service. So when you think about it, it's $15 a month for 85 games, which is really a terrific bargain.
What have the users said to you guys? I mean, there must be tons of players out there right now that are playing that have some comments and feedback for you.
Yeah,
One of the challenges we're having
Hypercam.
is about education. You know, when you say online games, when you say, you know, games over the web, it's not necessarily clear what you're talking about. So, you know, we found that we need to get out there and you know, put the product in the hands of users and let them use it. Especially when you look at it from our other business, which is actually our DSL broadband service.
Right.
And, you know, we're looking for new and exciting ways to get people to use broadband and to use DSL.
Yeah.
And so
I love
this is a
DSL
terrific
internet, so
opportunity
good on them
to
for
put
trying.
some content in the hands of those people and get them using their broadband service.
I'm here with Wilson Cheng from Konami, and we're going to be talking about
Konami.
Zone of Enders Deuce. Second runner.
The second runner is the official name, but I refer to it as Deuce. Now,
Yeah, okay, buddy. Calm down, Tommy.
Zone of Enders do the second time around that the first one didn't do? What are the improvements?
First of all, you got to look at.
I wouldn't say my opinion. I think that Zone of the Enders 2 it looks really good. I liked how it looked visually. It was just not a fun game compared to the first one. Yeah, the game that came free with the MGS2 demo. Exactly.
Time around that the first one didn't do. What are the improvements?
First of all, you got to look at the amazing cinematic visuals. I mean, it's just gorgeous. I mean, it's probably like the best looking game I've ever seen.
Now, are these in-game cinematics or are they pre-rendered?
No, these are all in-game using the engine, everything. There's no pre-rendered stuff in this game. You'll see Japanese animation as well as really cool anime style effects.
Japanese animation. I forgot that was another word for anime.
I mean, that's kind of what we added to the second game.
So now you got this big...
Oh wait, I just realized, no, this is not the game. The game that came free with the MGS2 demo was the first Zone of the Enders. Sorry, just realized.
Right. You kind of control a mech, or what we would call an orbital frame. There are so many things that you can do that you couldn't do in the first one, such as like rip off an entire section of a ship and use it as a shield and block enemy attacks, and you can throw it at people.
Oh,
you can
sweet.
Grab and throw enemies. There are lots of new weapons that...
Can you rip off a guy's arm and then throw it at him? Because that would be
No. There are things in the environment that you can use. You can grab a pole and just like start wailing at enemy mechs. Zone of the Enders is really high-paced, fast robot fighting action. I mean, it's not like those simulation type of games in which you're walking around these huge gigantic robots like boom, boom, boom. You're flying in space. You're flying in like space colonies. You're going on Mars, different planets. I mean, just really fast-paced action. The controls are really simple, intuitive, very easy to use. Anybody can pick it up and play. I mean, it looks really complicated on screen, but when you actually pick up the controller, start playing, it's so simple.
My grandmother said the same thing because Zone of Enders is my grandma's favorite game.
You know what? We actually got a call from her with the hints and tips line.
Exactly,
Right.
Grandma. Tell
I
her
thought he said
she's
coffin.
down with it. She's a freak. Zoe Freak she is. Is there any kind of like hidden things, Can you play as Solid Snake in the game? I mean, is there any kind of hidden...
I will say that there are hidden things in the game that we haven't revealed yet. Compared to the last one, there's a lot of different types of mechs. I mean, you might be seeing something from the Gradius
Thank you very much.
series.
Should be proud.
You might be. Well, I can't wait. Just PlayStation 2?
PlayStation 2 that we've announced.
That you've announced.
Stick around. We're taking a look at Kung Fu Chaos after this.
Kick off your summer with Memorial Day deals at the Home Depot. It's time
When
to
is
power
Memorial
up your
Day? I'm
projects.
sick of these ads. Is it
Hey,
this
what's
weekend?
your favorite video game of all time?
No way, mine too.
Oh, wait, that's mine too. Celebrate video games along with myself and Victor Lucas every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on youtube.com/EPNTV. Brought to you in part proudly by PNP Games. Play forever!
Next Monday? Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Imagine a Kung Fu movie that uses sets from some of your favorite non-Kung Fu movies, and you've got a sense of what Kung Fu Chaos is all about. This one's for the Xbox, and I think you'll agree with me, the title fits perfectly.
I'm here talking with Shona about Kung Fu Chaos for Xbox. Now this game looks really unique.
Well, it's a sort of a madcap brawler. So the premise is that this crazy director, Shao Ting, is coming back from a long, drying out spell. So he's retired, but he's coming back to make his greatest Kung Fu epic ever. And you're one of his stars.
They better
on his
release
sets.
the double
The
XP
only problem
weekend.
is he's a little low budget, so he has to sneak onto other people's sets on the movies to make his movie. So you're brawling your way through not just the script of the movie, but you're fighting your way along the sets too, that don't always behave the way they're supposed to. It's a really interesting balance of fighting, but then also moving through the environments and being able to pick up anything in the environment and throw things at the environment and at each other. Another unique dynamic is that you can actually insult players as a means of powering up. So once you're powered up, then you can deliver this deadly signature move.
Tell me a little bit more in depth about the characters you have.
No.
Well, the main character who's sort of driving you through is Shao Ting, who's a mad director, and he's getting more and more insane as you're going through in the primary Ninja Challenge mode, which is a single-player experience. And then the actors are all sort of a collection of really interesting stereotypes from old 70s films. Like there's, a ninja. Everybody wants to be a ninja. I mean, ninjas are just
That's
cool.
funny.
And then there's Master
To openly
Shoryu,
call them
who's the sensei
stereotypes.
master, really methodical, wise man. And then there's Candy Roll.
This looks like a fun game.
Kind of an oddball. She's a roller girl. A little bit of a soft porn background, but she can wail on you with her yo-yos and her roller skates. There's a great...
What is going on in this?
blaxploitation movie-based character called Lucy
Good lord.
Cannon, who's just...
We got stereotypes, we got soft porn, we got blaxploitation.
A hot mama.
And hot mama. They've been doing so many double XP weekends that it's been not double XP, it feels like half XP. That's funny.
Tell me about the environments real quick. What kind of environments?
That's why you can't... I've said this before, you cannot give people too much of a good thing. My mother got mad at me one time. My brother, one of my favorite things to eat is shrimp pasta. And I also like to make it, but my mother likes to make it too, so she'll make it sometimes. And there's one time I said, I love this shrimp pasta, it was really good. My suggestion though is next time don't have so much shrimp because like too much of a good thing. I would like to to draw back. She like threw her plate on the ground. She's like it was empty, but she like got mad and she's like, next time you make it. And my brother's like, he just said he loved your food too much.
Are you playing it?
Well, anything is improved by Kung Fu. I mean, there's some movie about a sip sinking. I mean, wouldn't it be better if there was Kung Fu involved? Any dinosaur movie, wouldn't it be better?
This does look like a fun game.
Everything is better with Kung Fu. It kind of is.
It's like, it's borderline like really good though. It looks like it's trying to be Smash Bros, but it's like missing something.
Is like Smash Brothers Melee.
There are some similarities for sure. I mean, Super Smash Brothers Melee is a great brawler, but what it doesn't have is a really intimate relationship with the environments. I mean, the sets are stages, and you don't move through the environment. And also just the integration of insulting into combat, we really love. It's got a lot of really good quirky humor, and that's not something that you can often say about fighters. They kind of take themselves too seriously, and this is just a really funny, witty game too on top of that.
Skeptics of online consoles
haven't played Xbox Live. It's really that simple. I set up once. Was it a pain? No. Was it more than 0 seconds? Yes. It took me a few minutes.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that every time I buy a game.
Yeah.
I don't have to. I've done it once, I'm done. Next game comes home, plug it in, bing, there I am. There's my username, which I won't be saying on television. And I didn't have to do anything. I mean, that's just great. It really makes it feel totally seamless.
They're not using QWERTY. It's just straight ABCD.
Again, that's something else I think that players, the kind of
skeptics
filler about online don't really understand. It's not this big hassle that you have to deal with every time you want to go play an online game. Right. My history with Nintendo goes back to the time when we fought very hard with Japan to get 4 controller ports on the front. Right. We knew that multiplayer gaming was something that people wanted to do. Mm-hmm. It really is a difference. If you look at some of their games...
I guess I only knew about the N64 console when there were 4 ports.
Mario Kart. These games are successful because people play with their friends.
Absolutely.
Now being able to do that whenever I want has really changed the way I look at console gaming at home. It's now I can play whenever I want. I
can't stress this enough. There's some interesting red flags here that tell me there's something else going on here.
And somebody, I'm just dying for, Capcom SNK 2. Again, I'm a huge fighting game fan, and being able to whenever I want go out in the world and have a fight, go out whenever I want and have a race, whenever I want and play a game of football or basketball or baseball. This is awesome.
EP's here at the Vancouver Museum. And
oh god, that is an ugly, stretched, warped image of a low-resolution cover for Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
We're talking about violent games. That's why we got a little saw blade here. Let's talk about Grand Theft Auto Vice City. What'd you think?
Unbelievable. I mean, let's face it, Grand Theft Auto was the best game of last year, the most popular game of last year. They could have easily just, changed a couple of the graphics around and put something out. They didn't. They actually improved on something that was already great.
Yep.
You can get into a lot more different vehicles, such as golf carts and motorcycles and helicopters.
It's like when I talk about some girl I only dated for 3 months, but it's because I'm not over her. True.
And you can control little...
That is how it feels.
Seaplanes and helicopters and do bombing runs. Unbelievable. The voice acting is a lot better. They got our boy Ray Liotta to play the character.
Our boy Ray Liotta. They're taking it to the hood.
Tommy in the game.
I have been sitting
Oh God, I forgot his name is Tommy.
in this chair all night with the lights off, drinking coffee. This is a disaster. We are so screwed, man. These gorillas, listen to me, are gonna come down here and rip my head off. It's ridiculous. I did not go to law school for this. Okay.
The Rockstar's experience with Ray Liotta made it so that they wanted to work less with celebrities, because apparently he was a diva on set. There's some lines, if you listen to them, he definitely botched them on purpose.
Now what the hell are we gonna do?
Shut up, sit down, relax. I'll tell you what we're gonna do.
You notice how Mafia and Grand Theft Auto have the lead character Tommy, who's like this guy with black hair who wreaks havoc on everyone?
It's a conspiracy, I think.
The other good improvement this year is that you can dive out of
What was that? Wait, could you say that again? Hold on. Wait, what?
Relax. I'll tell you what we're gonna do.
You notice how Mafia and Grand Theft Auto have the lead character Tommy, who's like this guy with black hair who wreaks
Oh, okay.
havoc on everyone?
It's a conspiracy, I think.
The other good improvement this year is that you can dive out of the car and let the car keep going.
Oh, that's awesome. Or how about stealing cars and there's people inside the car with you?
And they're like
screaming?
yelling, ah! Yeah,
I was blown away by the music in Vice City. I was so impressed to see that Sony Music stepped up to the plate with their library from the 80s. So they've got all these great old, 80s pop tunes and heavy metal tunes.
Nothing better than killing people to I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight.
Oh my God, they actually are playing the song. I wonder if I should...
Add so much new, enjoyment to the game. The physics are perfect on all the motorcycles. There's dirt bikes. There's sort of chopper Harley bikes. There's even little mopeds in the game. Very clever touches in there. This game is another one of those awesome, steal your life away experiences. You'll sit down. You'll forget about everything. Your laundry will pile up. You won't do the dishes, your homework, forget about it.
That happens at your house anyway.
That's true.
Now, the one thing that bugs me, though, they need to put swimming in Grand Theft. For Grand Theft Auto...
They had to play as if people wouldn't believe the game would have licensed music. That's true.
4 guys, let's swim a little. I'm sick of like going in the water and then dying after like a couple seconds. The control is still a little weird when you're running around.
Yes.
It's not perfect, but again, these are the things that kind of keep it from being a perfect 10.
This close to perfect.
I'm giving it a 9.5.
9.5 for me as well. All right, what'd you think of Unreal Championship from...
Yeah, I did not like the controls in Vice City. I do remember not liking them as much. Once they started using the right analog stick for being camera in San Andreas, I was sold. I just wish that they didn't take out the cheat code to let you change your character, because I used to like to do that cheat code. Like, you used to become a random NPC. I used to like doing that.
Atari for the Xbox and Xbox Live. What do you think of this game?
I'm not a multiplayer freak as much as you are, so I probably didn't enjoy this game as much as I'm sure you did. But that aside, graphically and technically,
I like
very
Championship. This was a fun game.
Only because the frame rate is only 30 frames a second. And
I want to say, when I played this, the story mode is really interesting. You fight with your team, and you're basically in a competition to kill everyone and get to the very top. It's all team missions until the very last level. The very last level then says, okay, now we're doing solo deathmatch. Good luck. And then you have to fight your own teammates and kill them. And then when you win, spoiler alert, by the way, they take you and they force you into an incubation chamber where they clone you for the rest of your life because you're the ultimate soldier. Guess because of the haircut weight system? Probably.
Character animations are actually pretty choppy. It seems like a game from like about 3 years ago.
Well, I gotta admit, I loved
it. Is an interesting story. I liked it a lot.
PC. I've got it maxed out on my system. It runs beautifully. I hooked up the Xbox game and I was like, man, this is so slow and the graphics are...
I beat the game, I think, twice, by the way, because I wanted to know if if it was the same ending each time, and it is. It just changes your character.
Are troppier and grainier, and it just wasn't as pretty. And I thought, I'm not going to get into this. And then I played it online on Xbox Live, and I was blown away. I literally was just completely captivated. I started to make teams and alliances with people. I was yelling to people and getting my teammates involved. It's such a charge to play games like this, where you actually
I do think that Unreal shines in multiplayer.
connection. I really love this game.
And they got
I feel like there's another multiplayer game that ends with both people fighting each other, but I don't remember which. There's a split screen game. It's a co-op game. One of them has sideburns, the other one doesn't. It's like you're prisoners and you try to get out, and then like, oh, is it called Get Out? No, it's not. Oh, Way Out. There you go. Yeah, that game's kind of like that.
got the online games, some of the new stuff.
I think that game's a game that you should play not in the same room, unfortunately. Because of those plot devices. You don't really want to know if your friend betrayed you or not. Like, that's a fun idea.
Have double domination, which is you have to kind of control 2 areas for more than 10 seconds. And then the other one with the football game, what's that one called?
Bombing Run.
The Bombing Run, where it's kind of like a football game, which is kind of. Now there is not much of a single player game in here.
It's more of a training mode.
It's like a training mode. I mean, you get about 35 characters to choose from. You can have 5 be on your team. You can set them to offense or defensive or free will. They'll do whatever they want. Now, they told us we were getting vehicles in this edition, and they lied to us.
Right.
There's no vehicles unless maybe
I remember being disappointed in lack of vehicles.
Be downloadable later on or something.
Right.
But again, for me,
Dead Space 3 is a part near the beginning where somebody on the radio says, "Hey, don't tell the other person," but
like single player games. I'm not really into
I don't think I've played Dead Space 3. I played Dead Space 1 and a little bit of 2, and I think something about the beginning of 2 made me not want to play it anymore, and so I don't remember ever beating it.
Online first-person shooter thing. So for me, it wasn't a great thing. Overall, I'm giving it a 6.5.
Oh, it's way too low, man. I love this game. You have to pick it up if you've got Xbox Live. Unreal Championship gets a 9 out of 10 from me. We'll be right back with a look at Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance and Hitman 2.
Ooh. I didn't actually know that was going to be in this.
Visit our website at electplay.com.
This is Squall.
I've only played about an hour of Dead Space 3. It's not popular, but I was intrigued by that one part and wanted to finish it by one day.
Leonhardt from Final Fantasy VIII. And while that game is quickly gaining a reputation for being divisive or even the black sheep of the series, it was a monster commercial success for Squaresoft. But who wasn't lining up for 8 after Final Fantasy VII, right? I'm Lee from PNP Games, and this is a lukewarm defense of Final Fantasy VIII. Not only is Squall one of the lead protagonists of Final Fantasy VIII, he also determines the difficulty. Squall's level in game from 7 to 100 determines the max potential level of random encounter enemies as well as bosses. If you grind your Squall to level 100, the game will be that much more difficult, as you also have to engage with its transfiguration, junction, and magic draw systems that much more in depth. And these are the things fans are not
I'll look into
obtuse
it
about Final Fantasy VIII, in my
for
opinion.
sure.
Early in the game, you have to painstakingly use the draw command.
I just got paid with by Twitch, so I'm going to look into some things I could buy.
Stack spells, then equip those spells on your characters to increase their intentionally meager base stats. However, if you use these spells in battle, you deplete your stack and you are literally casting your stat boosts away. Let's remember they were following Final Fantasy VII's materia system. They swung for the fences, allowing you to customize not only your party, their specific strengths and weaknesses, and also adding a variable difficulty level you control through gameplay. Ever wonder why the bosses in 8 don't give you EXP? Maybe it's time to give Final Fantasy VIII another try. Find it and other classics at PNP Games Online.
I don't understand a word he said.
Okay, ready for the next one?
Only have 1 and 2 on Steam.
This is Duke Nukem.
All right, we're back. We're going to talk now about Metal Gear Solid 2 Substance from Konami for the Xbox. What'd you think?
Well, this is basically Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty. It's the same game that was out a year ago on the PlayStation 2.
Right.
They did add 2 new things. The VR missions, there's like 350, which is basically like Solid Snake meets Tron.
I love it.
And we all love Tron.
And then you've also got the Snake Tails. Now, Snake Tails are really cool. You get all these little mini missions where you get to play just as Solid Snake. You don't have to play as that wimpy Raiden guy.
Hey.
You cruise through and you take care of bad guys and you try to uncover everything. I've got a few problems with these Snake Tales, though. You don't get any kind of radar system, so you just get this sort of vibration thing happening, and you got to sort of assume where the bad guys are, which is very tough. You don't get any cinematics in the Snake Tales. You have to read all of the story stuff. And the fact that it takes place in the
I love the Snake Tales, for the record.
same levels as the Sons of Liberty game.
Yeah, give me a few new environments.
Yeah, I wanted a little taste of what was to come with Metal Gear Solid 3.
What up, dog? The great thing about Metal Gear 2, though, is that you can interact with everything in the environment.
That implied that you become Tuxedo Snake.
The character animations are really good, whether you're doing kind of hand over hand or dragging a dead body down and throwing them down a flight of stairs, which, by the way, is very enjoyable.
It is.
The problem with the game, though, is this. There's so many cinematics and constant voiceovers, and it really gets in the way.
What a weird thing to complain about for the second release.
And interferes
I
with
can't
the flow of
stand
the
all
game.
those stupid little sayings that you have with the person on the other end of the radio. You
Right,
know, it's
yeah.
just like, shut up and save my game. I want to get back to it.
Oh.
You know, and the other problem I have, too, with the game, even a year later, is the controls. I mean, the controls in this game are way too difficult. You should be able to maneuver and control everything
Make
a lot
it a little
better.
more simple for us.
I do have to say that if you're a Metal Gear fan at all, if you like the PlayStation 1 version of the game,
PlayStation 1.
you're going to freak out with how much content is available on this disc.
And that's the thing, is that, you know, this is the first time Xbox owners are seeing Metal Gear Solid 2, or any Metal Gear for that matter, so don't get me wrong, this is an excellent, excellent game. It's just that they could have fixed a little of these things and made it perfect, but overall, I'm giving it
What was the... Wait. What was the thing that wasn't perfect? The fact that they talk a lot during codec?
an 8.5.
I'm giving it an 8.5 as well. All right.
Yeah,
well, let's talk
people. I remember people complaining about controls back
about
then.
another sort of stealth
8.5, by the way, is a completely fair score for that.
action game where you get to drag around dead bodies. This
Pokemon!
This is Hitman 2 from Eidos for the PC. It's also out on the Xbox and PlayStation 2. What did you think of Hitman 2?
Hitman 2 is actually a really good... This is the only Hitman game that I like.
Love this game, mostly because, well, you're a hitman.
And you've always aspired to be a hitman in real life.
You know, this dude's name's number 47.
Right,
They
lousy
could have,
name.
they could have called him Tommy, like in Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, they should have called
But this dude has like a barcode on his head, so
Right.
like when he goes to the grocery store, he goes boop, and every time he leaves, or something. Anyway, so no, he's exiled now. He's living in Sicily in this church, right?
Yep.
And so you got
Trying
your
to have
little
a quiet life.
Buongiorno, figlio mio. Come va?
Padre, I'm okay, but I must speak with you.
with all
hanging
these
with a priest.
weapons.
The
and
graphics remind me of Fable.
You got like these pigs that you can plug, and I'm trying to shoot the freaking birds who are running around. So, but anyway.
He used to be.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, he's... Like, this is before self-checkout, remember that. So, like, it makes even less sense.
Game tester.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The game itself though is amazing for a couple of reasons. You can accomplish the missions in so many different ways.
Sure.
You can dress up as
I
a
love this
mailman
mission. This is my favorite mission in the entire game.
and sneak in, or deliver food, or dress up as another bodyguard and kind of weasel your way into certain, or a guard, you
Hey,
know?
there's maids in the game. Did you try putting on the maid's outfit at all?
You know, I didn't.
Oh, there's something to go back in and play. Yeah. Well, I love all of the interactivity, and I love all the weaponry that you get, all the different ways to kill people.
Man, don't you miss those gender jokes before the liberals took them from us?
This game, it's really amazing. I was impressed, though, that this was more of a simulation than just an out-and-out killer type game.
This is really one of the first games where the sneaking around mode actually came into play and worked very well. Like, you
It
know,
works, but it's still, I found that it was just like learning a secret code that you can pull off every single time. And I found that I could run down the street with my sniper rifle in full view and not get picked off every time. It's still a fantastic...
Yeah, okay, so that is actually one of my criticisms of the game, too. I don't really like that... Like, it's the alert system is, like, just how much time you spend out in the open.
Game, graphics are great.
The
They.
music's awesome too. They used a live
It's
orchestra.
a they-them
Budapest
conspiracy.
Symphony Orchestra for the music, which I thought was good.
I'm giving Hitman 2 an 8.5. It is a great game on all the platforms.
I'm giving it a 9.5. I really like this.
I actually think I'd just give it a solid 8, personally.
Here's a recap
But I
on
haven't
reviews,
played it in a
including
long
scores
time.
from Electronic Gaming Monthly and Computer Gaming World. Visit our website at www.electplay.com, or if you're mobile, wap.electplay.com.
Hi, Grayling.
Well, that's all the time we have today. We'll see you guys next week.
That was a good video.
on Electric
I
Playground.
didn't expect to see substance.
It's still not funny, is it?
Production assistance for Electric Playground is provided by Sony, publishers of
Are
War
there
of the
people that
Monsters for
comment on this?
PlayStation 2, and Microsoft, publishers of Mecha.
These old episodes are awesome. The memories. I don't.
One of my.
We'll watch the bloopers, but hold on a second. I really don't like people that say, "Wow, I'm so nostalgic." It's like, shut up. Like, say something creative, please, for the love of God. Don't just say, "I remember the days." Remember when this happened? This memories, nostalgia. Like yeah, exactly. 95% of the comments. I just find something else to say. Like, there's so much to point out with the weird behavior of the characters in this. Like Tommy's behavior. Like, make fun of Tommy's existence.
For Xbox and Xbox Live.
Yeah, Boomer, Destroyer Worlds.
One of my favorite parts of Zone of the Enders was the simple controls. Do we still see Sam the
I'm sorry, what?
Trolls. Do we still see Sam the
You guys have obviously lost it.
Yeah, we're taking the one with the toilet flush.
Right.
Shut up, sit down, relax. I'll tell you what we're gonna do.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought
I
to you
appreciate
by
that Vic is
PNP
doing this.
Games,
I hope if Vic dies, this
your
continues
source
being
for
uploaded.
Everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play
Hiya.
forever.
My cat is acting so obnoxious. He wants me to do... You know what? I ran out of dry food today, and I had to give cats alternative food. They have dried rabbit pellets that they were eating today. Normally fed for the ferret. And they're not eating it. They're like, what is this? Even after I added water to it. Vic is only in his mid-50s. People die when they're 49. People will die tomorrow. And they're only 20. No. They usually just hang out with me. They're usually, I think they're Nazis because they make me sleep in like a swastika shape when I'm trying to get some good sleep. Like, they're horrible little creatures. They don't try to wake me up. They just like sleeping next to me. Battle of Honor seems fun. Hello, friendly friend. So, I was supposed to end immediately after that video, and I was going to. I'm gonna watch one more. The links to the neighbor's jackets, I did not... I don't think... Did you put it in the live chat? Was it in the React farm? They were in the live chat. Okay. I'll check, hold on. Did I pass it? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, we talked about it a little bit. The fact that it's $23.99 is really weird, right? Because like $23.99 is really cheap, which probably means that... Oh, nice profile picture? What the heck, Tommy? Is that a picture from his high school yearbook photo in 1982? Your cat's up my bed after I realized that I woke up. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, my cat's literally just pinned my arms down and my legs, and then when I try to move, they all get up at the same time like they're scared, and then they get back down on top of me because they're trying to stay warm, even though it's really warm outside. Would I buy the jacket? I don't think so. It's not a very appealing jacket. Maybe the beanie that says the room on it. That might be entertaining. Yeah. I like jackets. I've never been a fan of this style of jacket. They're called Letterman jackets. Oh, they're out of stock. This is $0. Look at that. Okay, I want to see this just because of that intro.
This is the Tempur-Pedic Breeze mattress, and it's designed.
Weird combo though. One jacket, two beanies, one pair of briefs, $24. Wait, all of it?
So no
that is desperate. What the heck? I didn't even think about that. I thought. Oh my god, you're right. That is really weird. The room beanie is probably the one that I would want. He must be paying like rent to a storage unit.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground is brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support Electric Playground. Remember, this episode first aired in 2002.
Today on Electric Playground, we take a look at Die Hard Vendetta for the GameCube, Blinx the Time Sweeper for the Xbox, the PlayStation 2 goes
You've only seen Die Hard in a thing.
And Tommy and I get creeped out in reviews on the run.
Creeped out. Have I seen this one? If I've seen this one, we're not watching it. Yeah, stand next to Tommy. Alright. I want to reiterate that the special effects guy for this time period, I think they got their money's worth, and this person clearly loves their job.
There's a new game out there based on the Die Hard movies. It's called Die Hard Vendetta. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Hey, I'm with Fu Katan, who is the executive producer on the new Die Hard games called Die Hard Vendetta.
Okay, hold on. Take away subtitles so I can make this point. Okay. We know we are in season 9. We are in season 9 of the Electric Playground. He's about to introduce this guy who he's talking to. The subtitle right here that tells you who he's talking to will not tell us who he is. We're going to hear a reiterative fact that we know, Vic's name. We're going to look at Victor Lucas's name for some reason. What is this?
Fu Katan, who is the executive producer.
Like, what is that? Like, what are you doing, Vic? Production quality. Yes, you should definitely have both names at the same time. This is goofy. Would you recommend the Die Hard sequels? I actually haven't seen the sequels.
On the new Die Hard games called Die Hard Vendetta.
And the reason, by the way, the reason that bothered me is because I don't know how that guy's name's spelled or pronounced.
For the GameCube, what kind of action are we getting into here?
Well, the first thing is the story carries on 5 years.
There we go, Fu.
The last movie.
Right.
And his daughter now is in a police academy. Her name's
Look
Lucy.
at those harsh shadows. I feel like this is a response to Doom 3. the harsh shadows in Doom 3 making the games look better.
To really save her from a bad situation she gets herself into.
Now, what are you guys doing location-wise?
Sorry. Her animation resetting after she was done talking.
From a bad situation she gets herself into.
Now, what are you guys doing location-wise for this game?
The whole game's based in LA.
In LA, okay.
And you'll recognize a lot of locations. I mean, a lot of locations are sort of very LA.
This is a GameCube game, so I'm thinking somewhere around 2002? Or sorry, 2003 maybe?
There's one in our Hollywood film set,
right,
where the actual Fox Studios are, which is actually the same building they used for Nakatomi Plaza.
Right. Oh, the original movie script was a sequel to Commando.
We've got one in a
that's kind of cool.
Very famous like theater.
Right.
Commando's such a goofy movie.
Museum, an observatory.
Does he start out barefoot without any weapons of any kind and just sort of bloody?
Okay. He doesn't always have weapons because the game, one of the cool things about the game is you can play it in a stealth mode or an action mode.
Okay.
And in stealth mode, you basically sneak around and you try and avoid people and catch them unawares.
And what kinds of weapons are we going to be able to use in the game?
Great AI.
A lot of traditional weapons, contemporary weapons, whether it's Uzis or handguns and stuff, but also a lot of the environment's also used for puzzles and for getting to people.
Right.
A lot of the game's also about saving people. All the time there are people
Bullet
in bad
time.
scenarios,
right,
and you've got to really save them, whether they're civilians.
I remember X-Play, one of the things that they complained about was the amount of video games that used bullet time. I do like bullet time in games, but like only a couple of games do it proper. I think my favorite bullet time is actually the reflex system in Metal Gear Solid 5, just because it's really fun to watch how it works.
SWAT teams or police officers, whatever.
What other things in this game have we not seen in first-person shooters before?
I think you'll find some of the controls are very cool.
Right.
For example,
it was very excessive in Max Payne, true.
Auto jumps. So on a console, it's a real pain.
It's all because they wanted to be the Matrix.
Sure it is. So if you just run off the edge, you get an auto jump, which works really well. You've got all the whole stealth action.
Right.
So you can go and sneak up behind guys and grab them. And there's all team management.
The stiff animations are really funny to me.
And the other guys will disarm, stuff like that. We also really use the environment a lot. So there are a lot of scenarios where you've got to interact with the environment and affect the environment.
Oh man, these controls
look
look awkward. And then on the
cinematics, there's loads of very, very cool cinematic effects, which, you know, I think we've shown some to the press. I think there's like, it's called the Killer Bullet and the slow deaths and a lot of very cool death reactions.
You know, I like the death animations in Skyrim. I don't like to praise Skyrim very much. But I did like the last person that you killed that was in the combat party that you were fighting. Turning into a special death animation was pretty neat.
Yeah, a lot of really fresh ideas.
GTA Special Definitive Edition, kinda. I can see that. Oh, do you think she actually likes video games? Let's see if she likes Pong.
Do you ever play video games by any chance?
My little brother's gonna kill me. I was a huge Nintendo fan growing up, and I feel like, and I was actually really into Sega as well.
What were some of the games you played?
Oh God, Tetris, you know, Super Mario Brothers.
Okay.
And then once you got Sega, you had to go into Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay, I will treat this as like a decent.
Exactly. But games like that.
That's like a normal gamer response. That's fine. That's casual gamer. That's okay.
Coming up next, Blinx the Time Sweeper.
That was better again than somebody saying, "Oh, I like you know, the classics like Pong."
Lee from PNP Games here. Do you have a favorite piece in your video game collection? Over the years of working here, I've accumulated a lot of video game things, but I've come to realize the ones that mean the most to me personally are the ones that come with a unique story. My favorite thing in my video game collection isn't a video game, a controller, or console at all. It's the manual to Sonic the Hedgehog 2, where me and my dad mapped out Mechasonic's move list so we could absolutely wreck him every time. Ah, shoot. You know where your manuals are?
Would you write down what Mechasonic did?
Play forever.
Elden Ring for Switch 2.
Microsoft and Ensemble Studios.
Why is this audio balanced differently? I wonder if they edited it differently. Can't imagine somebody who liked having their having time to play video games. Can imagine someone like her having time to play video games. I don't know. I feel like when you're an actor, you work on a project for like 2 years at the very longest, sometimes 3 years. And then you kind of take in the money between your next project.
Scored big with the Age of Empires games. These were real-time strategy games that used human history as their backdrop. Well, things are about to get a lot more fantastical with the brand new Age of Mythologies.
Age of Mythology is the game we're talking about today, and I've got Ian here. He's an expert on this game. Tell me the storyline. What are we doing?
We have a single-player campaign in Age of
GTA when he's
Mythology.
on break?
36 scenarios. Unlike our previous games in Age of Mythology, the player takes on the role of a hero and plays through. It's a single story arc from start to finish.
I wonder if he was paid to say that.
We go through a lot of classical mythological areas, so the player starts kind of in the battle for Troy. He's going to meet up with figures out of mythology, Ajax, Odysseus. You're going to go visit Egypt in the snowy Northlands. And
Tell me a little bit about the weaponry that we're going to be using in this game.
So we built on the fundamentals of Age of Kings and Age of Empires. The basic army that the player is going to use is going to consist of the kind of ancient army human forces. Riddled in with this, the player is going to build mythological units that can train Cyclopses, Medusas, Harpies, Griffins. We have some special naval myth units.
Are we going to have some 3D elements in the engine this time?
Yeah, the whole game is 3D. The whole game's done with a 3D engine. We're not really reusing anything that we've done in the previous games. This is all built from the ground up. All the lighting, special effects, units, characters, meshes, textures, everything's brand new.
When it comes to video
3D.
games, I suck at RTS
That's
games.
what I like to hear. Is there a multiplayer element?
Yeah, multiplayer, very similar to what we've done in Age of Kings in the past. We have a couple new game types. We've improved a lot of the multiplayer components. It's much easier to get in. We have random map single player games where you can go up against a computer opponent or a number of computer opponents. We have an arena mode where there's another set of missions. You kind of fight a harder and harder set of opponents. One of our key points is replayability, giving people putting a lot of things in the box for our game. So there's a lot of material there. There's a lot of ways for people to beat it, play it, and have fun with it. That's not even getting into the scenario editor. You can go make your own game.
Now, with all these crazy new things you have going on, is this going to be really hard to get into? I mean, how many?
Not at all. One of our first things we're looking at trying to improve upon for the game is to make it accessible to anyone that wants to play. We've done a lot of things. We have a 3-scenario tutorial. Eases everybody right into the game. We've done a lot of work on user interface. We hired some user interface.
This guy sounds like he memorized everything, but he has no idea how this game actually looks.
We're doing a lot of in-house testing on our interface, making sure that we have basic, easy to understand fundamental elements. But there's a lot of depth to the game nonetheless. It's easy to learn, hard to master.
There's a new and exclusive game for the Xbox, and it's called Blinks. Now, the amazing thing about Blinks is it actually uses the Xbox's hard drive to record time, similar to a VCR, throughout the game. So you can use things like rewind and fast forward, record, pause, all that within gameplay. It's amazing. The other great thing is that you actually have a vacuum cleaner to suck stuff up and hit your enemies with. And it's got, and then you can, and it's, hey, this game really sucks. Well, I mean, no, I mean, the game doesn't suck. Well, I mean, it does suck, but... So I'm here at the Xbox booth talking to Ernest about a really cool concept game. It's called Blinks, the Time Sweeper. It's completely unique. Ernst, tell me a little bit about the game.
Blinks is the world first.
I'm sorry, that pause implied that he had more to say there. Hold on.
Called Blinks, the Time Sweeper. It's completely unique. Ernst, tell me a little bit about the game.
Blinks is the world first, what we call the 4D platformer.
I'm the
it's
typical
the first
Linux
time in the
user
game
at this
that
point.
you control
How
time
dare
itself. And well, in the game you can like rewind, fast forward, even like pause time, slow it down, or record what you just did, and then play it back as well. So there can be two of you at once in the game.
My favorite part is when you die in the game, it actually rewinds and it looks like a VCR. The lines and the sound go, and it goes backwards 3 seconds. Tell me about the story. What's going on here?
Sorry, Blinks is actually just a janitor person in the Time Factory. Someone actually come and attack the Time Factory, and then the princess was like got away. And for that reason, so Blinks will actually need to go and rescue the beloved princess. By doing that, he needs to like jump through different worlds, through all these time gates. And in these different worlds, there are like glitches in time. The glitches in time take the form of time monsters. What Blinks can do is he has this weapon called a Time Sweeper. So what he can do is he can collect all the different stuff in the environment until you shoot them back out. And
I actually, I have not played it. I actually encourage people to look into Blinks. This game is pretty cool, like concept and execution wise.
Against all these enemies.
Another thing I like about the game is when you go around collecting certain items, you actually have to try to collect 3 or 4 of the same things, that I thought was unique.
If you get every single one, then you don't get any time control. What you need to do is collect at least 3 out of the 4 crystals of the same color, then you will get the corresponding time control of that color.
Now a game like this really can only be done on the Xbox because you're actually recording all of the entire game onto the hard drive. Is that how it's working?
Exactly. So everything that you do and everything that's happening in the world will get recorded on the hard drive.
Okay, this guy has like a Chinese accent. I feel like we don't know enough about Chinese game developers.
Your favorite part in the game? What's the thing you like to do the most?
By far, record. Record is the most awesome stuff I've ever experienced in a game. There are so many different things you can do. For example, you record what you just did, you kill half of the monster, and then the game rewind back to where you were, and then it plays back with your old self, go and fighting half of the monster, and then the new me going to fight the other half. So it's almost like multiplayer, but with only one of you.
Amazingly unique concept. I love it. Hopefully we'll see a lot more
Goodbye,
games.
Leafeon. Probably this might be the very last thing I do. I have a couple things. I want to start like coding badly, so.
Use the hard drive on the Xbox as well as this game does.
Don't get up. Reviews in the Runner
See you
coming
later.
up next.
Hey, what's your favorite video game of all time? No way, that's mine too! Celebrate video games along with myself and Victor Lucas every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Pacific Time on youtube.com/EPNTV. Brought to you in part proudly by PNP Games. Play forever!
The PC is no longer the only choice for gamers that want to play online. With a network adapter for your PS2 and an internet connection, PlayStation 2 gamers can now meet and compete from anywhere in the world. Check this out.
We're here with Andrew House, and we're talking about online gaming. Now, Andrew, why would someone want to do online gaming?
I think the main attraction is going to be that you're going to be playing not new online games as much as playing games that you've already really enjoyed on PlayStation 2. And now you're able to play not just the person in the living room, but play them across the country.
I actually have Twisted Metal Black, the online disc. Fun fact for you.
And play them in a different city. We think
I
that
think
adds...
Twisted Metal Black is one of the games that I bought the online version for after it closed. I don't remember ever playing it online. The games that I played online when I did have online were Resident Evil Outbreak and Metal Gear Online. I feel like there was another thing. Maybe, oh yeah, Battlefront. Star Wars Battlefront. That was another fun one.
It's a whole new element of fun to the console experience, and we think people will really take advantage of it.
What are some of the games that you guys already have ready for online?
We have, I think, around 13 games that will be launching between now and the end of this year, from Sega Sports, NFL 2K3, John Madden from Electronic Arts, and our own NFL Game Day. Going further out, there's some other great properties. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 4 will also be online this year, and we're hopefully looking forward to Outer Modelista from Capcom as well.
We are here with Alex, and we're talking about ATV Off-Road Fury 2. Tell me about the online.
Well, first of all, we're going to have the ability for players to play online from anywhere. They'll be able to play in our Nationals tracks, our Supercross Stadium-based tracks, and mini games. Players will basically enter a lobby area where they can chat and discuss what kind of race they'd like to race. They set up their race, and boom,
what if I want to
to
race?
If you have like a dial-up modem, is it going to be really slow? I mean, is it doable?
Well, essentially, the bifurcation or split that we've gone with is to have the dial-up players in one section and broadband players in another. So it's not going to be a situation where certain players are going to be slowing down others. People are going to be playing with other players whose net connections are roughly at the same speed as theirs.
I'm here today with Chuck Dowd, and we're talking about the online features of Frequency 2.
You'll be able to play up to 4 people simultaneously online. You can compete online, you can cooperate online, and you can share online. You can download it and you can start playing along with it, or you can go in and change it and say, hey Chuck, check out what I just did. I just changed the second verse. See if you can beat it, or do you want to add to it? Maybe you want to add a guitar to it.
And now, is there a way maybe built in the game where you can create your songs, maybe like MP3 style? And
what you'll actually do is you'll save the performance of your song or your remix to a memory card, and that's what you can send out over line. You can't actually save out an MP3 of it. You'll need the game to actually trigger all the sounds and hear all the music that's in the game.
It's a lot of fun to play against the computer and play against AI, but nothing really, comes as close to real competition as playing as someone else.
He's got Harry
really,
Potter's
online
voice.
just delivers that in spades. Not only, again, are you playing friends that you've invited over, but playing people that you've never seen before that you don't know. And that adds an element of unpredictability, I think, to the experience that could be a lot more fun.
Hey, I'm playing Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance on the Game Boy Advance. And if anybody remembers Castlevania Circle of Moon, the first Castlevania game for the Game Boy Advance, you'll notice right away that this is a vast improvement. This time, the developers and the artists have gone in, they've lightened up some of the environments, and you can see it much, much better. They've also added a whole bunch of visual touches to this thing, too. Lots of really nice multi-layer scrolling backgrounds, lots of cool special effects. You've got spell books and all kinds of
I did not know about
magical
Vampire
items
Killer.
that you can pick up and accumulate as you work your way through the game. You can combine these items and power up your character immensely. So suddenly you can have magical attacks like having 2 huge flaming dragons erupt out of the sky and take care of the bad guys. You play a character named Just Belmont, who is a descendant of Simon Belmont, who took care of Dracula 50 years previous to this game. Of course, you're battling your way through Dracula's castle, so expect a whole bunch of really cool looking bad guys, skeletons in armor and stone heads that spit out fire, and lots of little bats that get in your way. Tried and true gameplay as well. I mean,
We could
we've
probably
played this
find
kind of
out
game
if we
since
knew
the
exactly where he is.
NES days. It's a lot of fun, great portable game. It's called Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. I'm giving it an 8.5. All right, first game we're going to talk about is The Thing from Universal Interactive for the Xbox, but it's also on PC and PlayStation 2. The Thing is a Resident Evil style survival horror type game.
More action and faster paced.
Yes, but similar kind of genre. It takes place in the world of The Thing from John Carpenter, that movie from the 80s. You're trying to deal with this alien-infested Antarctic base, and you're running around dealing with all these mutilated dead bodies and really freaked out people that have come across this alien that is infecting them.
The unique thing about this game is that, you have all these different people who are your teammates on your squad.
Right.
They do different things, like one guy might be a medic and you can go up to him, and if you need to get fixed, one guy might be a good computer guy.
Blake, you need anything repaired or even a simple bypass, and I'm your man.
If any of you take on any damage, get back to me ASAP, and I'll help you out.
Is that Cam
All
Clark?
these guys have kind of like a fear factor and a trust level and a freak out meter.
Yeah, you have to earn their trust in order for them to join your team.
I remember
And
I
the
did
other-
not like Cam Clark's voice. He was in everything that was super cheap. But he was also in Metal Gear Solid, and I feel like he did a good job there.
thing that you got to do is you also got to check them to make sure that they aren't infected and won't turn on you at any given time. The action in the game is actually kind of cool because you have a flamethrower. You have to burn the big thing creatures. You have to burn them first and then shoot them. So it's a two-pronged attack. But the problem is with the control, you can't help but get burned a lot.
Oh, I tell you, my biggest problem in the game was just the whole kind of control and inventory method. I mean, there were certain things where, I'm trying to go through this menu inventory list and I'm accidentally throwing away weapons that I didn't want to throw away. You have to push all these different buttons in order to do. Look, simplify the thing for me, please. And you can't jump and you can't even look up.
Yeah, that's a problem.
What up with that?
I didn't mind the atmosphere, though. The graphics are pretty good. They're a little too cartoony and blocky.
What up with
you
that?
really want photorealism in a game like this. But I had fun with the game. I'm going to give it a 7.
Tommy is probably one of those people that like code switches to what he thinks is a black scent.
Out of 10.
I'm going to give it a 6.
All right, we're going to stick with the sci-fi horror theme. We're talking about Run Like Hell for the PlayStation 2 from Interplay. What'd you think?
I've not heard of this one.
This game is basically the same as The Thing.
Well,
I
it's
mean,
not
really
the same.
It's the same game.
It's the same kind of game, same genre of game.
But the amazing thing about this game is that it really gives you a sense of like being scared. When those aliens drop down and you're backing up, you can kick them if you want as you're backing up. You know, it really gives you a sense of, oh my God. And it's a real living, breathing world as well. You can walk up to people and have conversations.
Yep.
The voiceover is also, the acting is extremely well done. It really puts you kind of in this world.
The pace of the game is great. You actually are running through most of the game, and you encounter all of these different creatures. There's these pincher-type slasher alien guys with really fast action claws.
And there's the big ones.
The hulking guys that will crush your head. You have it's a pretty powerful machine gun weapon that you can modify with all these new chips and stuff. You can blast the bad guys, and you can knock them down, and then you can keep shooting them on the ground. You can kick them. My problem with Run Like Hell is that you have all these really cool background environments with little computer monitors and stuff and lots of nice sort of interface things.
Yes.
And then you go into the game's interface and the menu screens, and they're butt ugly.
I'll tell you the most annoying part about this game, though. They have too many buttons to do too many things. They really need to simplify these games. Both The Thing and Run Like Hell had this. It's a problem. They shouldn't have called this Run Like Hell. They should have called it Confusing as Hell. At first, I thought it was flight controls. To push up on the map, you have to push down on the joystick.
That's weird.
But then the weirdest thing is, to go right, you have to push left.
Oh man, that's
what is this?
That's
why would they reverse the controls on a map?
I liked it more than The Thing, but the Thing had the squad stuff that I really liked. So I'm going to give them the same score, 7 out of 10.
I'm giving it a 7.5.
That's interesting. I've never heard of that game. That looks fun.
If you've been following the archival process of the Electric Playground Classic, you're overly familiar with my big dumb face. And
Could you please, for the love of God, mix your audio better?
Keep you but a moment more. How many of us discovered some of our favorite games of all time because of watching a Vic and Tommy review? Guilty! Watch the Electric Playground Classic and reviews on the run every Saturday morning starting at 9 a.m. Pacific Time. And if you're able, support PNPGamesOnline.com, where you can find many of the games reviewed week to week. Enjoy free shipping on orders of 65 Canadian dollars or more within Canada and the United States, and join our free XP loyalty program. Now let's get back to it. Play forever!
Right, we're going to switch off the sci-fi horror thing. We're going to talk about SOCOM U.S. Navy SEALs for the PlayStation 2 from Sony. What'd you think?
Well, this has got to be one of the most highly anticipated games of the year from Sony first party.
Right.
The network adapter is now available for the PS2.
That's awesome.
This game actually comes with a headset that you wear, and the headset actually does two things. In the single player mode, it acts as a voice recognition system. And in the multiplayer online mode, you can actually use it to talk to other live people on your teams who could be from all over the world.
What I love is when you're playing the first player thing, you're actually getting commands from headquarters in the little earpiece. And you can hear your buddies talking to you. You've got all the game sound and surround sound around you, and then you can hear like the people, you know, barking orders and talking to you, and it's such an engrossing.
Awesome.
His music is just too loud in his room. He's on the phone with the Namco. They said, "Don't release the launch date for Elden Ring." He's like, "What? Release the launch date? I got you."
It pulls you into the experience.
Got it from here, sir.
That's exactly what happened.
I love the
I need to
fact
play
that this was
SOCOM.
plug-and-play technology. You stick that thing into your USB port, you put it on your head, and in 5 minutes you're telling your squad mates where to go.
The amazing thing is a lot of the attention to detail in this. Like
When I was playing Metal Gear Online, I wanted to buy this game so I could have more to do with my PlayStation 2 online capabilities.
Like off a guy or stab the guy in the back, kind of like what you do to me all the time.
Right.
You can actually have to, you can carry the guy off, and you have to put him in a spot so no one else sees him.
Hide the dead bodies in the shadows.
Yes, that's good advice.
It even has.
Sorry, if there's no context, just cutting him out of context right here would actually be pretty funny.
In a spot so no one else sees him.
Hide the dead bodies in the shadows.
And then you cut him there. Like that's a good out of context clip.
Yes, that's good advice.
It even has this documentary recruitment video that's on the DVD.
Recruitment video.
And so it really gets you that, you know, the attention to detail kind of stuff.
Now, the artificial
PS2 military slop games are fun.
Intelligence in this game is pretty weak.
Intelligence shouldn't have been a part of the...
My mother one time played my mother one time had a boyfriend who talked about his experience in the military and like what mission he had to do out there and what stuff they had to do. Later on, my brother played a game and he was talking to my mother about the game. Turns out that's what her boyfriend did. He retold the story of what he did in the video game as if he actually served in the military. And fun fact, he's never had a photo of himself in the military, so it's very clearly he lied.
Description of the characters that you're shooting. It is still
a
very interactive environment.
Absolutely insane.
Engrossing environment. You get sucked into the worlds that you're playing. It does feel like you're...
That guy also tried poisoning my brother with antifreeze.
Rushing through the swamps of Thailand and trying to navigate through a giant oil rig in the middle of a storm. I'm going to give it an 8.5 out of 10.
And I'm giving it an 8.
Now we're going to talk about what is unquestionably the best game of the week. This one's called Mafia from Take-Two Interactive and God Games for the PC. What'd you think?
Well, the Mafia has got to be one of the best games this year on the PC.
Absolutely.
Hands down. The graphics are almost photorealistic. The faces and the
I don't agree with him. I did not like these graphics when they came out.
cinematics are incredible.
Like these graphics look gross to me. I never liked the scan-in style photos realism, that air quotes around that style graphics in these games of this era.
Well, it really is some of the best narrative I've ever seen in a video game, and you're completely drawn into this thing.
And I'll tell you the best part of Mafia.
What's that?
He plays
the
Italian.
The character's name is Tommy.
Right.
And
Vic did not care for that best part.
Yeah.
What's that?
The lead character's name is Tommy.
Right.
And
right.
You can shoot a Tommy gun.
Right.
And I saw a guy in the alley taking a whiz.
Now this game is quite similar to Grand Theft Auto.
What was that joke, Tommy?
Auto 3. It looks kind of like you're racing through cities and you've got people walking down the streets and you can jump into cars and steal them.
The big difference between this and Grand Theft Auto 3, I think Mafia is more of a simulator.
Yeah.
You actually have to follow all the traffic rules and regulations, and you know, when there's a red light, you have to stop, because if a cop sees you, you know, he's going to pull you over.
And the cops are relentless in this game. It's just that the
make cops milkmen again.
Cars don't go 200 miles an hour.
Because it's realistic.
Because it's set in the 30s. So they go, you know, 60 to maybe 100 if you've got a race car or something like that.
The only problem I have with the driving is that when you go in reverse, the camera angle does the whole 180-degree turnaround thing, which it's kind of cumbersome.
I agree. But now, if we're talking bad points, my only problem with this game is that you need a super fast machine to get the most out of this game. We tried out a bunch of different systems.
Did I tell you that I was, when I was in the military, I fought in the Battle of the Bulge. My squad mates needed to hand me a manual of first aid kits to heal. We didn't have automatic healing. I believe it.
This thing, I think at best was running at about 25 frames a second.
Okay. I know we can only blame the hardware so often, but like I think like first of all, game developers should aim for like stability, like aim for low end and high end, try to understand what the average user goes through. But this, come on. This is your fault, Vic.
And this thing, I think at best was running at about 25 frames a second.
Use that budget of yours.
It chugged.
I'm glad they did it though.
Yeah, you want the quality
than crappy graphics.
You want the quality, but still
better they did that than bad graphics. I disagree heavily, Tommy.
How quickly do you have to upgrade your computers?
Then you
these
sold it
days?
to Z-Rex.
This is a fantastic game. Definitely pick it up. I'm giving it a 9.5 out of 10.
I give it a 9.5 as well.
Here's a recap on our reviews, including scores from Electronic Gaming Monthly and Computer Gaming World. Visit our website at www.electplay.com.
Dino D-Day, it's pretty fun.
Or if you're mobile,
there's a game that he's currently playing that actually does do that. It's called Call of Duty 7.
Is provided by Xbox, publishers
which is
of
a game
NFL
that I own that I should play.
And PlayStation, publishers of the Mark of Cree for PlayStation 2.
All right, well, that's it for the show. We'll see you guys next time on Electric Playground.
Yep. It has one dinosaur, the Z-Rex.
Of Victor Lucas. You feeling okay?
You think this is a form of disrespect to the bodies? I don't care, by the way. I'm not going to be offended on somebody who can't feel anything.
This classic episode of the Electric Playground was brought to you by PNP Games, your source for everything video games. Support the partners that support the Electric Playground. Thanks for watching, and play forever.
Alright. I think that's it. So I'm ending early right now because I want to do some coding stuff. I have a couple of people I can raid out to. I think I'm going to choose the one that's easy for me to lurk in, which is Eldergoth, which is... I feel like I've raided into them the most because of how my timing is right now. Let me quickly go to my channel. I'll be back on tomorrow. What is my schedule for tomorrow? I actually don't know. I'll be back on tomorrow. What is my schedule? Shut up. Alright. I have... Oh yeah, I'm playing Catherine. I beat Ratchet and Clank, so I'm going to have to think about something else for Wednesday. And then we have tryouts and that. Yeah, so... Yep, Black Ops 7 has Z-Rex endgame mode, which is like a roguelike extraction mode. Z-Rex is reused asset from Black Ops 6 70s. Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. Alright, let's raid out. Thank you all very much for your conversation and coming to your time. I'm hoping by Saturday that I will have something interesting to show you guys as a result of my labor. I'm going to try to do stuff even after my normal scheduled streams. But, yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. Appreciate you. Sorry that I'm departing, but I really got to try to make something. I got to make something. And there is a vacuum, and I need to fill it. Bye.
As I ordered everything before I put anything away, like a fool. I'm a box